Okay, welcome. It's another Friday and we are all still alive. Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. I just got an email. Mark Elias and George Conway are doing a live for Democracy Docket next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. George Conway is just owning JD Vance and Todd Blanche on Instagram. On Instagram. I don't even go on Instagram. On X. It's amazing. I know. It is the craziest Friday. I have done nothing. All I've been doing is trying to figure out a way to cover all the crazy, but there's so much crazy. I literally, I don't even know, if we, it's just, I've been thinking about the 24-hour news cycle and how different it is. It's unbelievable how much nonsense goes on in a 24-hour period. Okay. Let's tap the screen, share the live. Okay, hold on. TikTok Studio is telling me to do a couple of things. Let me do those. Okay, I did pin it. Stop. And what else? I think we're good until I realize the other things I failed to do. Whatever. Tap the screen, share the live. I'm so happy it's Friday. Oh, we're good. I thought the YouTube live went down. Now let me make it God, so many things. I think I want to just read off these things first because I always talk about Ron Filipkowski and how he does this aggregate news, I don't know, Substack bulletin 4 times a week, I believe it is. And I love his coverage because I really don't need it, but if you work and you don't have to, and the 24-hour news cycle is so overwhelming. Oh my God. Sorry. So I just attended YouTube school office hours because I've not been the best student in class, and immediately after I just got another invite to another meeting. So yeah, I'm failing. I asked if I could just repeat school and start over, and they basically were like, no. I'm like, what? Okay. Well, I guess I'll just keep being a D student then. Whatever. I hate when I'm not the best student in class. I immediately want to give up. Anyway, sorry. I'm just looking for my place. Yes, back to Ron Filipkowski's Substack newsletter he does. I guess you'd call it a newsletter. It's the best, though. If you don't have time to keep up with the 24-hour news cycle, 10 of 10 recommend. But today I noticed when he sent out a note basically being like, this is my comprehensive. Oh, now I know I can't find it. I'm literally scrolling the wrong way. It's Friday. It's his most comprehensive update on Epstein ever. Hold on, I have it on 2 computers, so I can whichever. I'm going to see which way is easier to read it to you guys. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay. You guys can see that, right? Sometimes it looks blurry to me. Oh, and look, we're at $740.75 of the Broken Computer Fund. This is, since it's Friday, represents last week and this week. All of the, these type, I'm worried about words I say. I don't want to mention any app names or anything because that, as we know now, apparently can get you banned from TikTok. But yeah, any tips that have come from here, this represents that number through last night. I know. Isn't that cool? Thank you guys so much for your support. I appreciate it more than you know. We are, oh my God, I almost said halfway there. I am not that dumb. Okay. Just whatever. It's Friday. Let's go. Let me just read you guys a couple of things while we wait for more people to get in here. Tap the screen, share the live. Welcome, Melissa, as our newest mod. I'm not sure if she's here or not, but I did figure out. Oh, now I remember what I wanted to say. I think I said yesterday that, I needed to go through my mod list because if I thought of, I guess, I don't know what the total number you're allowed is. It might be, I don't know. It might be 20. It might be 30. I don't know. I didn't count. But due to the 2 months I was gone and other things, I don't even know who is modding or not anymore. So I just went through, and I want to say this because if you're not a mod anymore for any reason, it has nothing to do with me being mad or anything like that. I realized when you look at the list of mods, it just says who hasn't been in like watched your live in the last 30 days. So that's, I just chose like 3 of those or 4 of those and just dropped them. I just want to explain that because I sometimes feel like, as my therapist says, nobody's thinking about you, Felice. Stop assuming every time something happens that it's because someone hates you. Maybe they're just busy, or maybe they have other things going on. Not you, Dust Bunny, obviously. You're here every day. You're like the light of my life. But yeah, I'm just saying, I can't even remember now who it is that is no longer modded. It's like 3 or 4 people. But yeah, it's people that it said hadn't been in my live in the last 30 days. So these 2 weeks I've been live, haven't been there. And then so that's how I did it. I know I have to do it too. Yeah, nobody's thinking about any of us. So just know that don't think like something is wrong. I can't even, it has nothing to do with that. Okay, really quick before we have so much interesting information to go through. And I'm going to, Lawrence O'Donnell, I always say this, if you are looking for like that old school, like white male anchor, like when we were kids, how there's only like 4 news channels and there was like the guy at 6 or 7 that gave you your news and you loved. Lawrence O'Donnell has covered every president since Nixon, I believe, was his first, and is one of the most brilliant people telling the news. And I have to show you guys, like, I always play this rant of Lawrence O'Donnell just unloading on RFK Jr. because they went to university together. And Lawrence O'Donnell's just like, this man was never in class, was on the H illicit substance when he was sleeping. I love the way Lawrence O'Donnell just tears into people. Almost altruist. I love that name. That's a good name. Thank you. That's so nice of you to say. So I'm going to get into, I want to show you like what happens when Lawrence O'Donnell like tears into people and how it then trickles off into social media. Like Lawrence O'Donnell went after Couch Boy starting on like Tuesday of this week and has basically like ruined Couch Boy's life and Todd Blanche. And then that trickled over into George Conway attacking Todd Blanche. It's like, I'm so proud. It's so interesting to watch like how sensitive these people are and and how they react when they truly know you've like hit your target. Andrea, thank you for the $20. Thank you for the constant education. I'm so grateful for you and the space you've created, Andy. And I'm so grateful you're here. Thank you for being here. And I do notice we have a great core group of brains. It's like, I always say, be the dumbest. If you're the smartest person in a room, like you're never going to learn anything. And that's what I enjoy most about the people that watch the People's Receipts. It's like, you all know more than I rarely, do I ever show you anything none of you know about? No. Leo, thanks for the $5 for the Broken Computer Fund. It will go a long, long way. And also, not that it's a surprise, not that any of the fact that Trump's cabinet is comprised of people who have been constantly accused of pervasive essay against the likes of women and children alike. Like, we should not be surprised. But yes, I have clipped that entire article, the New York Times article of Matt Gates's, of the child that Matt Gates trafficked. And, she's come out and is telling her story, which, because I know, like, I could pretty much recite that ethics report that was released in December by heart. But what her, when you listen, it's interesting to me because it's like, when you listen to the actual victim tell the story, it's when it's so much worse. And if you have empathy and you can read. So those are the 2 qualifiers that will take MAGA out of the running, because none of you probably even know what I'm talking about, because you would have to be able to read. Oh, I have that article, Toodle. I have not gone through it yet because I was going through, you'll see, I've gone through so many interesting reports. But yeah, I literally have that on my list. ProPublica is everything. Grifting. Wait, Toodle, can you text me that link? I want to make sure I have that one. I get... Oh, no, wait. Kash Patel. Yeah, to skirt Christy Nome rules for a bidding ad campaign. The last one is, Kash Patel is like letting, his friends out of lie detectors. But can you just text me that article to make sure I have it? But what I was focusing on today, as far as Christy Nome's constant failures, because, so many failures of Christy Nome's to go through, is the Human Rights Watch report, which is so long. It's like 81 pages about the torture of the Venezuelans, the majority of which have never committed a crime other than a, civil misdemeanor. And yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way to synthesize this information. I think I'm going to put it into that AI tool that can handle tons of data that I pay for. But I'll show you all this in a second. Alyssa, hi. So glad you're back. And I'm so glad I'm back because I miss you all the time, Miller. You're the best. Thank you for the $20 and the new computer. Thanks you. It is like the actual price. Oh, I think I should have taken a screenshot. I was looking it up. Someone probably could tell me better than me about taxes, because the actual price, it's like 2 years old or something. So I think it's $1,745, which back then I would be like, oh, I could probably get that for like $1,900. But now with taxes, who knows? We might need to get a little more money. But the base price, as long as nothing happens, is $1,745. And I'm hoping... Exactly. That's so funny this just happened, because I was going to say, I'm hoping that the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday, there, fingers crossed, maybe it will be cheaper. So I'm going to try to, hopefully we can work on this total all next week. And then hopefully by the time I love the turkey. I've always loved that turkey head, and I don't know why. Last year, I think people thought it was an insult, and I was like, I actually like this weird turkey head. So yeah, I like Thanksgiving. I love to eat until I feel sick. So wait, let me read this stuff to you. This is from Ron Filipkowski's newsletter. He puts out like 4 or 5 times a week, and I'm telling you, if you are a paid Midas Touch yearly subscriber, then you get this for free. If not, I think you can access a fourth of it or something, just the top part. But if you happen to already support Midas Touch monetarily, just make sure you look into this. I heard him writing that from the time he started it till now. Muller, a cetacean. Thank you so much for the whale. I love cetaceans. That's the group of whales and porpoises and dolphins. Evolutionarily, they walked out of the water, became mammals who gave birth to live beings, developed lungs to breathe air, and then they were like, F this, and just crawled back in the water. I'm good. Land is for losers. I am obsessed with whales. Thank you so much, Miller. You're the best. Now, save a space for me when I flee to an unknown area. Only you and I know where it is, where I will be living on your property in a van. Can't wait. Okay. Sorry, now I have so many tabs open. So here's what we're talking about now. Again, this is Ron Filipkowski's, here's what it's called. It's called Today in Politics, and we're on Bulletin 249. So he's done 249 of these, or as of yesterday. The latest batch of the Epstein documents released by the Democrats. So he's basically just doing bullet points of the emails and the important things said, which this is the first time I saw it all together. So I think this will be helpful for everyone. I actually screenshotted these. Epstein, so this is April 2011, Epstein to Maxwell. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Oh, and by the way, I made a very, very dire mistake yesterday of scrolling through TikTok, and I have a literal contract with my therapist to not do that. I cannot believe, I don't know how I was in Manda's live. Manda Rose is the coolest, nicest person on earth, and I miss her. So I was in there. I cannot believe how dumb these people are that think they're debating, and how bigoted. Thank you for that gift, by the way. Thank you, Joby. You're the best. It's not showing me the gifters. This is hard. I know, and I can barely see the gifters too. You should see TikTok Studio. Maybe, I don't know, Dolphin. We'll talk about that offline. But the problem is I think the better way to see that kind of stuff, and I can't even see it, is to monitor the live from from my TikTok account on a cell phone. That's the only place I can see the violations too. So yeah, I need to probably give someone access to my account. Chrissy used to have it and then you could do it better. But yeah, that's a challenge I've been constantly dealing with. Sorry. So again, I want you to realize that Trump is the dog that hasn't barked. Referring to Trump, right? This is the one from about Virginia Giuffre. Spent hours at my house with him, but he has never once mentioned Maxwell. I've been thinking about that. On December 15th, 2015, the night of the Republican primary. Oh, ew, okay, I do have the whole thing. The night of the Republican primary debate, Michael Creepy Wolf, as I will refer to him now forever, he was on Midas Touch last night, and I have the clip trying to explain, because I think probably a lot of people have been like, yeah, can you explain to me why you're a journalist who saw all these, this horrific proof of children being abused, and instead of doing what a normal human being with intelligence and empathy would do, you did not give this information to anyone. You actually started advising Epstein on a cover-up and how to use his knowledge about Trump to leverage or blackmail him. Yeah, I'll never get Michael Wolff, I'll never look at the same, but he was on Midas Touch Network last night, I'll show you in a second. For me, that explains zero. Michael Wolff to Epstein. CNN is planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. Epstein, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? Wolf, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. Wolf to Epstein, he could use that later to quote unquote hang him or save him by generating a debt. The usual carrot or the stick. Actually, let me pull up the clip I'm talking about so we can just stay on this line of logic. Again, this is Michael Wolff last night on the Midas Touch Network, where people clearly were like, yeah, it's kind of weird that you're giving a 3PDO advice about how to blackmail or leverage someone else. I can't even talk about that because I'm so disturbed. Almost there. Sorry. Big outline. This might be my biggest outline of all time. Oh, yeah. Hold on. That's my housing study. That's Christmas. Where is my clip? Oh, here it is. No, that's not it. That's a different Midas clip. Come on. Oh, here it is. Ew, I'm already grossed out just seeing his face. I don't trust this guy anymore. Except for, hey, whatever other information you have, if he saves this for a book so he can profit off this, and is sitting on any more information, remember I showed you the clip of Ted Lieu when Kosh Patel was under oath, and Michael Wolff is the one that told, cool. Michael Wolff is the one that told Ted, is the one that said, oh yeah, I was sitting there with Epstein and he opens his safe up and there's pictures of Trump with underage girls and, describing the stain on his pants and the girls pointing at it and laughing and all that stuff. That was also Michael Wolff. So in addition to this weird email, that is the more disturbing part to me. So here's Michael Wolff trying to make it make sense.
Well, I think the context was, and again, as I said before, I was trying, and that was at a moment when you could still look at the Trump candidacy and not take it very seriously. But there were reasons to begin to take it more seriously. And I, among many people, was increasing.
I hate listening to this. I've listened to it 3 times. Here's my problem. Okay, so you're saying I was sitting on tons of information when Jeffrey Epstein was still alive that Donald Trump was at least had knowledge of that whatever, is going on with a child S trafficking scheme, and he's running for president, and you're saying at that time no one thought he would win. I find this to be messed up. Like, it's not about if a 3PDO or a 3PDO sympathizer, and for whatever reason, like, hey, he's got a lot of money, it's politically advantageous for me to help him cover it up. I'm talking about Trump. I don't care. It's not about whether or not he could win. You still are letting some guy who's involved in some horrific cover up. I love that word. Cat DJ is my alter ego. Just float by. Like, his argument is, well, at that time we just didn't think he'd be elected president. Oh, you don't think even if people aren't president, they shouldn't be helping billionaires cover up giant child S trafficking rings? Like, do you know what I'm saying? And you know what really scared me? Because don't get me wrong, the Midas Touch Network, I love their work and stuff, but the way these men sat here in silence and no one's like, hey, like, this is like a CNN moment. He's saying this and you guys are just like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Well, I think the context was, and again, as I said before, I was trying, and that was at a moment when you could still look at the Trump candidacy and not take it very seriously. But there were reasons to begin to take it more seriously. And I, among many people, was increasingly alarmed about this and understood that the one...
Not talking about his knowledge of the child S trafficking. He's talking about he's alarmed that Trump might actually win the presidency. Just understand that. He was never alarmed that he was privy to knowledge that children were being actively hurt. He just was alarmed that Trump might actually become president.
One person who had the potential to damage this candidacy was Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not the only person who understood that. I think I've said before here that when I was with Steve Bannon when he met Jeffrey Epstein in 2017, and the first thing that Bannon said to Epstein was, "You were the only person I was afraid of during the campaign." So
I want to clarify and make sure everyone understands. This is prior to, in Trump's first term. It's not like it is now where he just refuses to fire anyone because it makes him look incompetent. This is, Steve Bannon was one of the first casualties, right? He was like a senior political advisor / campaign manager. I think a lot of Steve Bannon's input went into that campaign. Even calling him like a senior political advisor seems a little light on the facts of, and what Steve Bannon is essentially saying, what he's admitting to is the first time he's saying, and again, it's just disturbing. Michael Wolff, you're just hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, and the first time Steve Bannon met him in person, what Steve Bannon says is, oh yeah, like I was so worried you might say something. They all know. Because I don't know if, this is my thing about, we all know how I feel about MAGA not being able to read. But if you don't understand what Oppo Research is, Oppo Research, the original plan of the Steele dossier and Christopher Steele, the first people that gave him money to gather that information were actual Republicans, because you do Oppo research on your own candidate first, because you need to know, I need to know the absolute worst and not true things. That's the thing MAGA does not understand about PR and marketing. It's not that people are looking for true things necessarily. They want to find those too. But what they want to find is when the mud starts getting slang has been slunged, whatever. You guys know what I'm saying. When the mud starts being thrown, they want to know, they want to be prepared. What is the worst thing, true or not, that could be thrown at my candidate? And so to me, when you hear him, Michael Wolff, creepy Michael Wolff now sitting here saying, yeah, I was with Jeffrey Epstein the first time Steve Bannon talked to him, and that was his comment, leads me to believe that the opposition research they did on their own candidate made them, and I don't know on what level, but privy to the fact that Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of information on Donald Trump, and they feared it would come out. Yes, thank you, Lucky. It is probably slungeth. Had slungeth, saith the Lord. Good one.
He had this. Trump's candidacy is continuing on. It's unlikely that he would get to the end, but it's unlikely that he would have gotten as far as it had gotten by this point. I was trying to encourage Epstein to use what information he had to get Trump, and in this instance, that would have been an interesting way to approach this. Let Trump publicly tell a lie, then expose the lie. Now,
can you imagine that's your real story? So you're saying that you knew about a horrific, and like, to me, a big part of why this is so horrific is because I think we've seen at this point that if you are a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant male who is definitely straight and are Nepo babies, right? You have a lot of money or have made a lot of money. It is almost impossible in America to hold you accountable. Like, that is before the Republicans started saying the words two-tier justice system. The actual definition of that is that the haves, there is a different justice system for the haves versus the have-nots. And you are privy to. You have, and I'm stating things that he said happen. You're sitting there with a known creepy child trafficker who is bragging to you and opening up a safe and taking pictures of young girls, or in your words, girls who look to be, possibly underage or right on the cusp, of them sitting in Donald Trump's lap. Or there's a few pictures that were described. Those are the pictures Ted Lieu describes. And you think that it's prudent. I just am trying to say this guy is an asshole. Like, I don't care what you are. He did not care at all about the child trafficking. What he cared about was access and proximity to power. And then eventually, as a result of this relationship he's developing, the money he could make up or make off of a book or some sort of tell-all, in whatever form. That's all he cared about. And he's saying, oh, it does look weird, but, I was just trying to put the idea in Epstein's head he should get Trump. You don't think that the whole point, and let me just say this, there's a lot of evidence, like the available documents in the Florida trial, which is basically like a huge cover-up that gave Epstein immunity, the state trial. There's a lot of that evidence that, like, Jeffrey Epstein's point was sort of to ingratiate himself to very rich people. This is what he did with it's Wexner, right? Ohioans, Wexner, the guy who owns like the Limited, Victoria's Secret, all of those. Like, that was sort of how Jeffrey Epstein started getting rich. He infiltrated and got to know Lex Wexner, who by all, it's been implied and reported, that he was one of these people that liked access to these girls, and that became Jeffrey Epstein's hook to lure the girls in. We've had some of the survivors say that's how he got me. It's like they were going around not just saying, oh, do you want to be a model, but like, hey, I work for Lex Wexner, do you want to be a Victoria's Secret model? That was part of the way they lured these people in. And that's what Epstein, in my opinion, was truly doing. It's either the carrot or the stick, right? Either you're, and I'm quoting someone I used to work for who has hundreds of millions of dollars. And he told me this: the more you have, the more you can afford to have experiences that are outside the norm, the harder it is to be happy or be stimulated. So you need more and more extreme experiences to find any like happiness in the world. And that's how I feel. Either Epstein was providing this, in my opinion, disgusting and horrible service of, bringing children to these very rich men And what does he get in exchange? He knows something about them. They have, in Trump's words, our little secret, right? So that bonds him to them. It opens these channels that create business relationships. And let me recommend, if you haven't seen it and you have access, to Apple Plus shows, there's this show called Truth Be Told. It's like kind of a parody of a podcaster doing like true crime. It's super interesting, and one of the seasons kind of follows this idea. And 10 of 10 recommend watching it, because it does make you think a lot about this and these people. What's in it for this guy? The minute I find out about a child sex trafficking scheme and people are opening safes and pulling pictures of people who, and he's like, well, I wasn't sure how old they were. If you're not sure, then it's time to call the FBI, weird out, like, and be an informant. Be like, hey, I'm going to keep pretending I'm with him, but I'm going to get more information. But he doesn't want anyone to have it. This guy is Maggie Haberman, but worse, right? Like, I don't know that for sure. Who knows what Maggie Haberman knows about Trump? But in expectation of like putting out a book, no offense, Mike Pence, you did stand up to Trump, but he kind of did the same thing. You know what I mean? Then he put a book out. I'm tired of this weird, like, hey, if you know about children being victimized, the first email is like in 2011. He's been pussyfooting around being like, oh, I know much more. Like, this guy's a creep.
Epstein, and this is because he would go back and forth, and I think he would entertain this possibility that he could do this. But at the same time, Epstein was, without a doubt, very much afraid of Donald Trump. So, in the end, I never got, we can get to that. In the end, I think that he was starting to get to this point that he might publicly talk about this relationship, but then he was arrested and died.
Yeah.
Well, I think the context.
And every day I wonder why people can't just see this clearly. Why Jeffrey Epstein was suddenly no longer with us, why all of this would be happening, why you try so hard to cover up the only proof of your innocence. Why would Trump be actively covering up his innocence, right? We know for a fact that Kash Patel had a bunch of people comb through every Epstein document in existence and give Trump a list of when and how his name appeared. And let me just follow MAGA's, bless their hearts, line of logic, that there's no implication that he's guilty, and he's been honest the entire time. I know nothing about it. So then you cover up the only evidence. And this is taking all of the social and political capital Trump has, even with his own base. He's covering up children being trafficked, which was previously his platform that he was going to fight against. And so if you are innocent, or let's just say there could be some emails that are questionable, but you're innocent, you don't spend every ounce of political, social capital you have to bury the evidence that proves you've done nothing wrong. Wings, they don't flap. Sorry. I literally have wings in another room somewhere that like go over your arms. Don't make me pull them out. But that's my point. None of it makes any sense. And I just want to say this. I'm not saying, because I will say this, and I don't know, like, it's hard for me. I think Trump has always been very smart about, let's say, crimes over the wires. I was talking about this yesterday. Wire fraud. The federal government has a 98% conviction rate. At first, wires were just your telephone, and now it's emails, it's it's bank any crimes committed over the wires, electronically, digitally, however this stuff happens. That's how the federal government has like a 98 point something conviction rate. That's why I keep trying to help MAGA understand. It's not little Jim Bob said they saw Trump hurting a child. It is like, hey, this is indisputable evidence, and then there's the movement of the money, like wire fraud being committed. That's why they win all because they just wait until they have indisputable proof, and they're like, here's the proof that you did it, and then people plead out. So yeah, it's very hard for me to understand how people cannot see this clearly. It is literally Occam's razor. The most obvious answer with the fewest variables is most likely the truth. And the hoops I'm just going to say this once, and I'm sure I saw a certain woman who is a quote unquote warrior for MAGA, who hangs out on TikTok all the time. Last night, and this is why I don't scroll through lives, she's in a live with like 86 people in it, screaming at a leftist who's just talking about the emails that have come out and screaming they prove nothing, and then starts screaming the R slur at this person. And you know what the 5 people in the comments are doing? Cheering her on and saying, yeah, tell him. Like, and this is the irony. I don't know if these people really believe in God. I don't know if they're quote unquote real Christians, but they certainly claim to be. So I have no idea, like, how, whilst proclaiming to be a Christian, you can yell these things, but also sound so idiotic. Like, I can't believe your desperation to cover up for a creep is that bad. And I want to be clear. I actually think Trump is pretty smart. That's what I was trying to say. When I was talking about wire fraud, I lost my line of logic and it just came back to me. I actually think Trump has always been pretty smart. One of the smartest things Trump has ever done in his life is not ever start texting, never email, barely talk on the phone, always have someone talking for you. That's very smart when you commit crimes of this caliber. That is part of the reason it is so hard to nail it down or to charge him with things like wire fraud, because he literally is signing paper checks. When he was charged with fraud in the Stormy Daniels case, it's like he's signing paper checks that couriers are like carrying places. So I'm just saying that's the smartest thing Trump has ever done, is never send an email, never send a text message. But it is also equally mind-boggling how even though he avoids that, there is so much evidence against him in every single case. And anyways, I don't like listening to Michael Wolff talks. I think he's up to something. I don't know. But that's not acceptable. Nobody cares. The only thing you should care about, and I'll say this, if we can't agree in America, the only thing we have left, we've pretty much lost any shred of self-respect. We are mocked on the world stage. MAGA, you don't know that because you get lied to every day. And let me just say this. Prior to Trump ever being president the first time, the rest of the world hated us. Now, I don't even know what to say about that. We are a literal joke. And MAGA doesn't know this because they don't have passports. I mean that not my feelings and opinions. Mathematically, the lowest percentage of people that have passports in the political spectrum is them. So anyways, let's move on from that. I think I show that, let me go back to, I just want to read the rest of these bullet points of the emails. I just went on that tangent because I was like, I want to show that email or that while it's fresh. 2019 email from Epstein to, Michael Wolff again. So think about that. It starts in 2011. Now here we go with this guy again, who for 8 years has had knowledge that children are being assaulted and trafficked, and has done absolutely nothing about it. Think about it. 2019, that's Trump's first term. He's done all these horrific things. And Michael Wolff is still, in my opinion, colluding with a creep. 2019 email from Epstein to Wolff on Trump's claim that he forced him to resign his membership at Mar-a-Lago. Quote, Trump said he asked me to resign. never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, and I just want to clarify. Like, if you understand the timeline of all the accusations against Trump, including the one that involves a very young child how old was Katie? Katie John, was she was like 13 or something? Yeah. Like, all this says about Trump is not that he is innocent, it's that he's not dumb. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he's saying, hey, you're lurking around Mar-a-Lago, like, trafficking children, and that's dumb. You know, like, you're creating a problem for me. That just means he's almost worse. Yeah, and if you have never read the Katie Johnson lawsuit, look it up. A lot of people are posting it right now. Epstein in 2018, quote, I know how dirty Donald is. Epstein to a friend, would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? Epstein on Trump's business practices. He has no money when he buys the house. His biz model is oh my God, get out of my head. His biz model is putting his name on a real estate development licensing deals, because I'm a marketing person. He's licensed his brand. Putting his name on a real estate development and gets a fee for using his name. That's called licensing. The hotel business, just that. Trump put his name on it. And gets a 2% fee. That's what licensing deals are. And maybe a piece of the profit, on, if any, on sale. He touts the project as, quote unquote, his. Like, yeah, thank you for explaining things. Back is still like, Trump has towers all over the world. Are you okay? Like, the owners of real estate it's public knowledge. You can look, these are public records. You can look them up and know that Trump doesn't own any of these buildings. Like, how many times have we had to sit? This is why I can't debate anymore. I'm not going to debate with someone who can't look up real estate public records. He owns none of them. He licenses the Trump brand. That's what they're called, licensing deals, and he's explaining it perfectly. He touts the project as his, just as in his current financial statements on a file as president, he lists his income as the gross, and this is what I've said, as the gross receipts. So gross, not net. Gross receipts of the clubs with no expenses, not his personal revenue. In effect, the Doral Golf Club loses money every year. It pays out more than it takes in, but he lists the revenue, the gross revenue. When you find out how much you really made in profit, that's the net. And what Trump does is just claim his gross revenue as his worth. Oh yeah, Trump doesn't pay taxes, D? No, yeah. And hypothetically, any taxes. Trump was paying more taxes during this time in the rest of the world to other countries than he ever paid here. Remember when they put his tax records out? And I reminded everyone of this recently. I suggest everyone follow ProPublica. Just have them deliver their articles directly to your email. ProPublica is a bunch of like former like Pulitzer Prize winning and amazingly elite journalists who left like the New York Times and other publications and started like a nonprofit organization. They are brilliant. But one of the things ProPublica, and actually I'm not getting this, it's not just ProPublica that funded the investigation, but I just can't, it's ProPublica in concert with another, might have been Forbes, but some financial, that one of the most interesting things I've ever known and how I learned about basis shifting is they are literally using in law school, I was about to say legal school, law school, for people that are focusing on tax law. One of the case studies being used on basis shifting is specifically during Biden's administration, they started really going into Trump's taxes and how much he owed. And this is just in relationship to his failed. Have you guys ever been to the Trump Tower in Chicago? No, you haven't, because it's not there. And you should read. This is literally used as a study in law school if you're focusing on tax law about the crimes just committed around this one alleged Trump Tower in Chicago that never was. and what he did with it. And just from that deal, he owes hundreds of millions of dollars in unpaid taxes. Another thing that you can research, that in the math and the is how much in taxes he never paid when his father died, when Fred Trump died, and how he never paid taxes around that. And I'll say this, because of my mental health, I have executive function paralysis, and I'm always like, oh my God, you need to keep spreadsheets and keep up with your, make sure you're doing everything to the letter, and think about this, and I'll get into the Eric Swalwell thing also later. That Eric Swalwell has not been indicted, similar to Schiff. He's been referred for indictment for quote unquote mortgage fraud, which ProPublica is another publication who put out a list of people who've not only done, except for I've read the Letitia James indictment on this live, and I talked about how I don't even know, that's nothing, I don't think she did anything wrong, near as I can tell, literally. So I'm not saying that these people are guilty and it's a minor thing that shouldn't matter. But I think why Trump is so obsessed with saying people committed mortgage fraud is because his fraud was relating to him inflating the value of his properties. But I always said, if you really want to understand, New York wasn't trying to charge him some insane amount. It wasn't for pain and suffering or anything. It was disgorgement. It was the exact amount with interest that he had defrauded people, that he had lied about the valuation of his properties. It just happened to be a lot because he's a giant liar. He's talking about, when he talks about Letitia James, Adam Schiff hasn't been indicted, but he was referred to indictment. We're talking about just whether you buy the house as a primary home or a secondary residence, right? And these contracts are largely drawn up by brokers, not you, and you just sign it. So yeah. And we're talking about, let's say the total, I can't remember, and it depends on the state and the value of your property. But I think we're talking about this tiny house or something Letitia James had. So it's few $1,000s. And that's over years because her mortgage broker that drew up the contract. But again, I don't even think she's guilty of it because there's so many I've talked to. My sister used to be a mortgage broker, and so did my brother while he was putting himself through law school. So, and now he's I guess you could call him a closing attorney, but he works, in huge corporate, commercial real estate. He negotiates the contracts, and he's just it all just depends on who wrote up that contract, the lawyer, and what that mortgage broker told them. But he's rarely, if ever, does that have something to do with the actual buyer, unless they had some sort of emails or proof. That's probably just maybe a mortgage broker trying to get the best price for someone. Yeah, well, wasn't she buying the house for a niece? Well, yeah, that's what I'm unclear about. So that's the interesting thing about Letitia James' case. And by the way, just to go back before I talk about what Jaffs was talking about, which let me pin it so I don't forget. It's come out that they're saying, because I did a lot of detail around the James Comey case and the Letitia James case, no real lawyers would indict them and talk to a grand jury about it. So this woman who has never prosecuted a case in her life, and it probably is not legally allowed to be an attorney, similar to what happened with Alina Habba. We have a congressperson facing 17 years in prison because she did her duty. Any person in Congress can conduct random oversight over an ICE facility in their district at any time they want. That is the law. And Alina, terrible lawyer Habba, charged her with a felony for it, right? So, and then a judge ruled that Alina Habba is not an attorney and can't oversee the New Jersey DOJ office. So we're still unclear what's going to happen with that. And that is the first defense, or just the first point of James Comey's lawyer, Letitia James's lawyer, and what Adam Schiff and Swalwell are going to make the point of is Lindsay Halligan, I think her name she's not legally allowed to be a lawyer, and she's not one. And then, in particular with James Comey, I talked to you guys about this, She has never impaneled a grand jury, and I guess it's like not even allowed if you've never impaneled a grand jury. First, she's not legally allowed to be in the position she's in. Second, she conducted a grand jury and apparently did a bunch of illegal things during that. Like the first time the grand jury refused to indict James Comey, and she apparently made everyone else leave and said and did whatever she did in there alone with the grand jury. And that's how the only charge that came out of that was lying to Congress. No one still knows. Like, I talked about this on Monday. Like, the judge is like, what the is going on? You have no idea what you're doing. She never even gave the discovery to James Comey and his lawyers. They have no idea, like, what she's saying. And the judge is like, let me help you, weirdo. The charge is lying to Congress. You have sent us like all these pages of like emails and text messages of James Comey to like, it's a Columbia law professor. His name escapes me. And they're like, how you would normally do this legally is, first of all of that has to be provided to the defense in discovery or this trial is not legal. And second, you need to show us whatever this is has to do with lying to Congress, because it doesn't. But the reason Comey was charged with lying to Congress is because that indictment came, and the reason Trump had to get someone who's not legally allowed to even be trying this case, the reason it all happened is because it was 1 month before the statute of limitations. Not the real one, but the only evidence I think, well, I don't know what they're trying to tie it to, but they're using this like date in 2018, I believe, that Comey basically was in front of Congress and they're just like, do you stand on everything you said? And he's like, yeah, said what I said. And so in order to extend the statute of limitations, they're trying to tie it to the last time I think he was under oath in Congress. This is a miscarriage of justice. Trump should have no say over what the DOJ does. We should not be going down his list of people that didn't make him feel so good and pinning whatever crime we can to them. But since MAGA, you've started the precedent that that's okay. One of my favorite articles, ProPublica, research they did is going down a list of people currently in the Trump administration who've committed, who have actively or are actively committing mortgage fraud. And much worse than Letitia James or Eric Swalwell or Adam Schiff. So I do look forward to, and if lying to Congress under oath is something that we want the DOJ to prosecute, line up, MAGA. We can't wait. We are going to prosecute every single one of you. But since your brains don't work so good, because that's I think, in my opinion, the confusing point for MAGA. You think it's fine that a guy can just decide who annoys him and then send the United States government after them? That's traditionally anti-constitutional. The head of the DOJ isn't supposed to be in cabinet meetings on their knees for Trump. That's wrong. And I will say this. Corruption happens on the left and on the right, but it is heavily concentrated on the right. So I just hope we remember this when all the indictments come out. But the problem is you're not supposed to bring every case, right? It's about the public interest. It's about these cases cost millions of dollars to try. It's our tax dollars. We have nothing. Trump had $40 billion for Argentina, literally while people in this country are starving and while farmers are going out of business. Trump bolstered Argentina, which is in direct competition with our farmers. So it's like selling them out twice. Then we had $70 billion or something for ICE. So we can violate the Constitution there, but we can't feed anyone. Cases brought are supposed to be in the public's interest, not, hey, some crazy guy that says men shouldn't wear makeup but has a full face of makeup on every day. Like, he feels slighted by people because they accurately pointed out that he's an insecure criminal grifter. Trump was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's real estate, right? He's cash poor. If you know anything about his finances, he's cash poor. He has properties. prior to him being in office the second time, he now has a valuation of over $3 billion. Now, MAGA, if that was Joe Biden, if Joe Biden had no money and then all of a sudden had $3 billion, you would lose your minds. And that is evidenced by whenever you guys can't read. So when Trump started lying to you all and saying that Biden had Biden's doing stuff with China or, whatever. He wasn't. There's no evidence of that. That was proven over and over and over. And if there was, believe me, he would have been impeached. That's what Trump wanted. There just was not evidence that connected. Uh-oh. No, hold on one second. Uh-oh. Sorry, I unplugged my I'm putting a cord back in. Just hang on. I unplugged my poor little cam link. That's my computer. Give me one second. It's okay, little. You can do. Okay. Sorry, I accidentally unplugged something with my hand. Anyways. Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm just making sure I didn't. What is happening? Okay, I think we're fine. Thank you for the cat, Joby. You're the best. Anyways, I just want to point out that I think we get the point. But I can't wait. Joe Biden had like less than $1 million to his name. Oh yeah, that's the point I was going to make. Technically, because you have to disclose let me be clear about that. You are supposed to disclose your financial records and your tax records before you go into office, which Joe Biden did because he's not a shady grifter. Trump never did the first time and Trump never did the second time. But Joe Biden was worth like less than $1 million. And then he did what? He did not go do some shady deals with Chinese banks. No, he wrote a book and didn't even get that much. Like the advance was like $1 million something. And when you guys found out he got $1 million something for a book, you said that he was a criminal, which, by the way, if you know anything about the gifting laws that apply to federal employees, you are allowed to write a book. Neil Gorsuch just wrote a book. And that's the only large payout that had ever come into Joe Biden's bank account in history while you all were trying to impeach him. So over him writing a book and getting a payout from a publisher. So hold on to your horses, because every single when you no longer have control of the legislative branch, we are going to send out millions of subpoenas. And everyone can come in under oath and tell the truth, or they can lie. It'll be up to everyone. We shall see. Anyways, it drives me nuts that I have to listen to these people But let's move on from that because I have so many things to get to today. I want to show this. Lawrence O'Donnell is amazing, and I don't know how to say it without just saying it. He basically cucked Trump this week. And people don't know about it because no one clips Lawrence O'Donnell. So I just want to show you this. And this is just a recommendation. Emoluments Clause is such a good name for a name. Isn't that a great political name? If you want to follow them, it's Emol Clause. This is their X account. I actually don't know even if they're a man or I have no idea who does this account, but they always post. The reason I started following them, they post very interesting clips, but then every Monday they would post, Rachel Maddow's first 15 minutes when she does her speech, or they post Lawrence O'Donnell's. So Lawrence O'Donnell on Tuesday went after JD Vance and was cucking him and basically just saying Couch Boy is Gerald Ford, which MAGA, you're out because you have no idea about history because you can't read. But Gerald Ford was Nixon's vice president. And when Nixon was in the worst time of need, right? When his life was going south and he was getting found out for all this shit, Gerald Ford just goes silent and doesn't defend him, doesn't do anything because he knew if this guy leaves, I'm going to be president and I don't want to be associated with this. So he basically hung him out to dry. And Lawrence O'Donnell was making the point Couch Boy has completely hung Trump out to dry. And so I want to show you first that, which one of the best parts, and I'll just tell you why I want to show you is because like I've been following this account, Emoluments Clause, for like a year, and this is why Lawrence O'Donnell got to cuck Couch Boy this week, because this account posted on Tuesday Lawrence O'Donnell's like 18-minute rants about JD Vance being a cuck, and JD Vance's very dumbass responded to it and started a fight. Like, that's how dumb this man is, and not doing anything he's supposed to be doing. So that's the premise of how this all started, and it's been going on from like Monday till now. So trust me, this will be one of the most satisfying things you ever witnessed.
That to thank someone, thank Amy Schuster. That is what I would have told our first guest tonight.
Hold on, I have no idea it's like my iPad locked. That has never happened before. Very strange things going on. Sorry, everything's okay.
Told our first guest tonight before he tweeted this at 9:56 a.m. The only reason these emails are out is Lawrence had the survivors' lawyers on who gave me the tip to subpoena the estate. Why did Justice or the FBI not get and release these? Congressman Rocha.
And there's a larger debate about if the Justice Department had them or not. The DOJ is saying they didn't. And if you watch Lawrence O'Donnell's show, I was watching that show where his name's Brad something. There's a man who's a lawyer who's representing like hundreds of the Epstein victims. And he's the one who told on Lawrence O'Donnell's show when Ro Khanna was waiting to go on next, like, hey, like the estate of Epstein is waiting. Like they want people to know they are sitting on all these emails and they are waiting for someone to subpoena them and ask for them.
Was booked on this program on July 23rd of this year. He followed that night an appearance by attorney Brad Edwards, who revealed in our discussion that the way for Congress to obtain a massive trove of information about Jeffrey Epstein would be to subpoena Jeffrey Epstein's estate. Brad Edwards said that he knows the attorneys handling the Epstein estate, and he is sure that they would immediately comply with such a subpoena, and he was right. Brad Edwards was booked on this program that night by Amy Schuster, whose job is to find us the best lineup of guests possible for this program, and she does it every night without ever checking with me. I usually have no input on the guests. The words I say here are mine. What you hear from me on this program comes from me. I write the scripts, but that's just one piece of a program. Like,
this robotic puppy looks so real, it completely fooled my neighbor.
I don't know why that happened, but I recorded around
estate
it.
was Brad Edwards' idea, announced right here on this program. I didn't think that up. I never would have thought of that. And so, yes, Congress issued the subpoena that produced these emails because Brad Edwards suggested that they do that on this program, and Congressman Ro Khanna, who was the next guest on this program that night, immediately said on television that night that he would take up that suggestion.
The reason I think it's important to hear this part is because whenever you hear these Republicans be like, we're in charge of oversight, like we subpoenaed these emails, this is true. I witnessed this. I watched this live when it was happening. The only reason anyone thought or knew to go after these was because of this, was because of Ro Khanna, who was absolutely not a Republican. Right. And once they were faced with it, once Ro Khanna kept being like, we can do this, are you saying you don't want to protect child as trafficking victims? Then they had to do it. Meanwhile, all week, Mike Johnson's been like, we're the only reason these emails are being released. No, that's not true. Christine, thank you so much for the $50 towards your laptop or spoiling yourself. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. We probably, I don't know, we're getting close to 1,000. I appreciate you guys so much, and I want to keep doing this, and that's the laptop I do research on. So you are making my life much easier.
And then he helped lead the charge for the subpoena issued by the House, a Republican-controlled House. A Democratic member of the House of Representatives who gets the idea of issuing a subpoena to the Epstein estate on this program and then brings that idea into a Republican House of Representatives and prevails and manages to persuade a House of Representatives controlled by Donald Trump's loyalists to do something that has the potential to not just crush Donald Trump as a politician, but depending on what else might be revealed in the Epstein files and as a result of this subpoena, maybe Donald Trump's presidency could come to an end. Maybe Donald Trump could be in a state. Was Brad?
And I want to be clear, because part of what I was telling you about that one person, MAGA person on a live yesterday, was yelling the R slur while angry that people were bringing up these emails. Let me help all the people who don't get it. This is not about if Trump, or at least for the way my brain works, it's not about if Trump, is on tape being a 3PDO alongside Epstein. That's not the point. The point is, what is happening to my iPad? Hold on, I just gotta unlock it again. This is new. God, this is so strange. The point is that he has been pathologically lying about this, right? What type of person runs on releasing files and then pathologically lies about it for years, and then once he finds out how many times he's in it and in what capacity? Because Jeffrey Epstein, apparently, as Trump said, they were, they're besties for years. Who knows what he knows about him? I'm not saying even that I think Trump is dumb enough to be skipping around holding hands with Epstein, trafficking children. I don't think that's really what it was. And I also think the more I understand this, it seemed like Epstein had a very healthy fear of Trump, right? So who knows what it is? What it does prove at minimum is that Trump is a pathological liar who actively knew about all of this and lied for a decade minimum to the public as the president of the United States to allow trafficking of children to continue. That's it. And I'm saying that is best case scenario, and I pray that's the worst it gets. But that is impeachable. And I've said this because MAGA can't read or count. There is a database of Trump's first administration that is being kept by the Washington Post that tracked his lies. There's over 30-something thousand lies that are in a database that you can access just from his first term. And MAGA's story is, I love being lied to and stolen from and grifted from. I don't. I really do not. That is what is wrong. Is this man lied over and over to allow children to be trafficked.
Up. I never would have thought of that. And so, yes, Congress issued the subpoena that produced these emails because Brad Edwards suggested that they do that on this program, and Congressman Ro Khanna, who was the next guest on this program that night, immediately said on television that night that he would take up that suggestion. And then he helped lead the charge for the subpoena issued by the House, a Republican-controlled House. A Democratic member of the House of Representatives who gets the idea of issuing a subpoena to the Epstein estate on this program and then brings that idea into a Republican House of Representatives and prevails and manages to persuade a House of Representatives controlled by Donald Trump's loyalists to do something that has the potential to not just crush Donald Trump as a politician, but depending on what else might be revealed in the Epstein file.
Hold on. I feel like I already heard that. Let me just go to the next one, because when I was recording this, I think we've heard that part.
Gerald Ford said nothing.
Here we go. This is now when he starts attacking Couch Boy, also known as JD Vance. If you're like, who the F is that? So one of the points of this, what he was doing is saying, it's a Democratic congressman. See how I'm able to determine the difference between the adjective form of Democrat and the noun form? It's Democratic congressman Ro Khanna. This is how these files were subpoenaed. So every time you hear Republicans take credit, that's not true. They never did this. And I think on purpose, they never did this. Trump doesn't want any of this to come out, right? Like, very obviously, now we know why. And then he makes the point that JD Couchboy Vance is Gerald Ford, who was the vice president of Nixon. And when it started getting bad for Nixon, Gerald Ford just got real silent and hung him out to dry.
When things were the darkest for President Richard Nixon, Vice President Gerald Ford said nothing. And when Richard Nixon resigned the presidency, Vice President Ford said, "Our long national nightmare is over." Tonight, J.D. Vance is silent. Tonight, J.D. Vance is Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford said nothing about Richard Nixon as Nixon sank deeper into scandal, as Nixon, on his way to impeachment, which he only avoided by resigning the presidency, Gerald Ford said nothing because Gerald Ford knew that when he eventually took over the presidency, he didn't want the stain of Nixon on him. And so J.D. Vance is silent tonight. But what is J.D. Vance supposed to say tonight when he reads an email written by Jeffrey Epstein during the Trump presidency in 2019, 6 months before Jeffrey Epstein's second arrest, saying, quote, "Of course he knew about the girls," meaning Donald Trump. Donald Trump has always denied any involvement in or knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking and raping of children. And the Washington Post is reporting that one of Jeffrey Epstein's emails says Donald Trump never got a massage. Donald Trump wasn't involved, according to this email. The email.
And by the way, if you want to look up the Washington Post article, it's called "Epstein Wrote That Trump Knew of SA but Didn't Participate," right? Just said, like, yeah, he was in it, he was around it, but, like, you know, just that. And that's my point. And I would like to propose in both situations, this is going to sound weird, but just bear with me. I'm not a horrible person. But to me, it's these people who are worse, right? Because, and I talked about this, I think on Tuesday when I first did a live, I talked about how at university, the most useful class, the one I used the most today, it was a class called The Sexual Abuse of People, taught by the former head of, like, the sex crimes division in the Northwest of the FBI. And we learned to profile, we learned all sorts of things, like, and that has always stuck with me. And that's one thing that was really made clear when it comes to child trafficking and trafficking of women, like trafficking in general, is it does not happen in a vacuum. There are many people who know and are complicit, if only by silence. There is no way there can be a network of trafficking going on and many, many, many people are not aware of it, right? And that's my point. And it's those people, like, silence is compliance, I think. And I was like, oh, I usually say complicity. Someone said that in the chat, yesterday, and it just popped in my head. I was like, it rhymes. Silence is compliance. And in my opinion, it's the same thing now that we're in a fascist takeover of America. Like, I always talked about how, like, I have a degree in history. I was obsessed with postmodern America. And one thing I just couldn't get is, like, how did this happen? I'm like, okay, even without social media, like, how do you sit there while this is happening and just stay silent? And in my opinion, it is the compliance and the silence that is the worst crime. Because if you know, especially in this case, that children are being trafficked by rich men and you say nothing, and then, like, let me use Michael Wolff's example, sit there and think, oh yeah, this is going to make a great book, or you're Trump and think, oh yeah, like, somehow I can use this as leverage, because that's what Trump does, right? He uses information to leverage people or to get something he needs for them or ensure their silence. It's despicable. That is how people get, like, exactly like Jim. Jim is spelled Gym, Jordan, who absolutely knew. And by the way, I talked about this a while ago when it came out, but if you have access to HBO Max, watch the documentary Surviving Ohio State. These are the actual victims who, and it's much worse than anything you've ever heard, I promise you. People were being like drugged with needles, taken to a second location, like Division I wrestling athletes at Ohio State, and being essayed. Like, it is horrific. And every single one of those now adult age men who were children have the same story. Jim GYM Jordan knew the entire time and didn't protect us. And when he finally got into Congress and had real power and could help us, he turned his back on us. That is their story, and everyone should bear witness to it. It's super painful, though. Trigger warning. And the reason I can't stand that is because I was a Division I athlete, and that is the unspoken truth about Division I athletics. And I wish I remembered this statement, like my freshman year. I remember being shocked someone said this. It's like, not all, and it wasn't it wasn't another like 18-year-old kid, but we had to take this class. Like, the first year, you literally get college credit. It's called like life skills for athletes. It's where they teach you like how to survive. And one of the things they literally kept implying to us, I think the actual term was like, not all coaches are 3 PDOs, but all 3 PDOs are want to be coaches, you know, or have, the point is or teach, want to have access to children. And one of the easiest way to do that is in athletics. No more tanning booth, huh? You think I tan? No, I'm just, my dad's black. You can see that's from me running. I love when insecure, weird men. Yeah, we're talking about something that matters and you're a weirdo. Yeah, I've never paid, oh wait, let me clarify that. When I was in Idaho, when I am describing the horrors I experienced as a result of being a full Division I scholarship athlete, that's one of the things they told me to do in life. Can you guys hear me here? You guys can hear me, right? I'm trying to figure out something. Okay, you guys can now hear me. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if Streamlabs, something just happened in TikTok Studio, but it might have stopped Streamlabs. Oh no, I think we're okay. We're okay. At least on Twitch. Come on, YouTube. Okay, we're okay. I don't know what's going on. My routers are fine. My internet connection is full. It just seems there's a lot of things going on. Yeah, no, everything is fine now, but yeah, that's why I paused. But anyways, my point is some idiot's like, oh, are you done tanning? What are you talking about? I've never tanned in my life, except for when I was a Division I athlete in Idaho, and I was literally so depressed I was going to quit because I hadn't seen the sun. And I'm from Arizona, where the sun comes out literally 354 days a year. And they're like, go in a tanning bed and close your eyes. Pretend the sun is there. Anyways, back to my point about Jim Jordan. The most vulnerable time of my life was when I was an 18-year-old who, it's literally, you're selling your body to a university for an education. You have no control over anything. And my school wasn't even that great at sports. And there was so much SA, there was so much coercion, there was so much leveraging of 18-year-olds are kids. I don't care what you say. Just because our bodies look like adult bodies doesn't mean we're not children. None of us knew what was going on, and a lot of people were hurt. And then there was cover-ups of what was happening. And I mean coaches hurting kids physically and SA, and other teams, like people on certain teams graping other people on other teams, and all of that was literally covered up. the entire time. So when I heard about the Jim Jordan thing, and again, watch Surviving Ohio State, where the actual wrestlers, the victims, are there saying very clearly, my coach Jim Jordan knew about all of this. Not only when it was happening in real time, but of course now that he's in Congress. And when we asked him for help, he lied. So again, I just want to say you, and who's that person? Hold on. What sport? Sorry, I just have to block this person because that pisses me off. You're accusing me of being in a tanning bed while I'm talking about SA. Are you, like, why are men so dumb? Literally. Like, prove me wrong. If you're not, then prove me wrong. I'm not talking about leftist men. We all know who I'm talking about. If you're not dumb, insecure, white MAGA men, prove me wrong. For once. Instead of talking about something that's completely irrelevant, why don't you add to a conversation with facts? If you guys aren't dumb, prove it. For once. Add actual information or follow a line of logic. Like, all you guys do is just, if anyone's on a line of logic, you just collapse it. And then you're like, nailed it. No, you guys are not smart. It's painful to be around you.
Written by Jeffrey Epstein says, Trump knew of it and came to my house many times during that period. Epstein wrote in an email to himself on February 1st, 2019, the Washington Post is reporting, several months before he was arrested on trafficking charges and killed himself in jail, he never got a massage. So there's Jeffrey Epstein himself letting Donald Trump off the hook on that point. But Donald Trump's always insisted he never knew anything.
If Epstein unalived himself in jail, then what we all know for to be a fact, MAGA, so focus, you can hear there is a minute missing from that, the 24-hour surveillance going on, and there's a minute that has been edited and taken out. Everyone agrees on that, right and left. So again, and that was under Trump's administration, who very clearly, I've never, and I'll say this seriously, because I have watched all Trump's speeches since he was elected. I've followed every single thing he's done. I've never seen him so desperate and scared to hide something in my life. So again, if in fact he unalived himself, I don't understand why you would need to all of a sudden take out a minute of that and it's gone. So yeah, whenever that minute comes back, then I will believe that that's true. But if you go out of your way to literally illegally edit a surveillance camera and there happens to be a minute and a couple seconds missing, I don't know what happened because you went out of your way to steal evidence.
That Jeffrey Epstein was up to. Never knew anything possibly illegal that Jeffrey Epstein was up to. What is J.D. Vance or Donald Trump or any Trump defender supposed to say tonight when they read an email from Jeffrey Epstein after the first criminal investigation of Jeffrey Epstein in Florida, which led to Jeffrey Epstein pleading guilty, and Jeffrey Epstein writes an email to his criminal co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 saying, quote, I want you to realize that that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Jeffrey Epstein says that one of the young girls in the investigation, quote, spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I am 75% there. Donald Trump spent hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, according to Jeffrey Epstein, in a private communication with his criminal co-conspirator, whose response to this was, I have been thinking about that. The only way that Ghislaine Maxwell could have been thinking about that is that she knew what Jeffrey Epstein was talking about in every word of that email. That means she knew what it means that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. And Ghislaine Maxwell...
He didn't know, let me help you, MAGA, because I made the mistake of scrolling MAGA Lives last night, and that's when I really realized how dumb you all are. If she didn't know what he's talking about, that's when you say, what? I have no idea what you're talking about. That's the point where that happens, when you have zero knowledge of what another person is talking about, right? And let's say Jeffrey Epstein's just like, I'm anticipating he might unalive himself, or someone might be responsible for his unaliving, and is like, oh God, I fear that I'm going to be unalived or unalive myself, which makes zero sense, and that's my point. So I'm going to randomly lie to my direct co-conspirator in a child trafficking ring and just make it up, so it implicates someone that has... Oopsie, sorry, that's my mic. It implicates someone that has no idea what I'm talking about. Then her response would then be, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Because I've literally heard you all talking about this, and you guys can't even figure that out.
Was not asked a single question about that email by Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, who now serves as Donald Trump's Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who went to Florida to do a so-called interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. The Justice Department.
You know what? Who said that? Mama Marty said the files have animals involved. That's my thought. I think that's a joke, but I will say this. That's a whole nother thing that's keeping me up at night, and I know I'm probably the only person that has access to Sundance Now, which is an app that plays these like kind of obscure art films and different things, but I'm literally looking it up. I'm going to look it up right now, and just only because I care so much. It's the same way I feel about children. Animals are completely innocent, so if they're being abused, if you get off on literally, victimizing innocent people that can't defend themselves, I think that's super awful in the most awful way. And I just wanted to hold on. I want to look up the name of this documentary so everyone can watch it, because I also saw I don't even know why, because I don't look up what MAGA's talking about anymore. But they're talking about furries lately and how Democrats are furries or something. So I would advise everyone, this will probably win a lot of awards. It came out this year in 2025. There's a documentary available. I found it on the Sundance Now app. It was featured at Sundance, which is no longer in Utah because they couldn't stop their anti-gay, anti-trans bigotry. So now it's in Boulder, Colorado. It's called The Furry Detectives. And it's like a 4-part documentary about the most horrific crimes. And I mean, I had to I literally could not watch it. And I'm not saying this is not directed at the person who said that comment. I just think it's something people should watch and bear witness to, because the furry community is like a fandom. It's like a fun thing, but when people are hiding within it and literally doing, committing sadist acts against animals. And when I say trigger warning, it took me like months to watch the whole thing because it was so disturbing. But yeah, that is the thing that bothers me most, and brings me back to my point that Tammy so eloquently illustrated, I think on Wednesday. You will never catch me punching down. And that's my problem with the patriarchy. You guys will never think, hey, who hurt me? Right? And I'm going to punch up on that person. You guys are like, hey, my dad hurt me, so I'm going to go find a woman and victimize her. The shit always rolls downhill with the patriarchy. If you guys are so tough and you're alpha males and you're so strong, then punch up. Then hold people accountable who are doing horrible, horrible things. Stop being like, oh, some horrible things happened to me, so I'm going to look for people less able to protect themselves than I am, and I'm going to terrorize them. That's the most cowardly thing about the patriarchy, is how the shit always rolls downhill. None of you ever think, hey, the person that hurt me, I'm going to hurt them back. I'm not saying that's right, but that's my point. But you guys are angry people who are broken, and then you're like, let me look for an innocent person that I can make feel insecure and awful. Spend your time punching up. I mean, if you're a man and all that. You know? If you're so tough, then why don't you attack someone who's bigger and stronger than you? Instead of being like, I'm tired of women speaking. They need to be in the kitchen. Thank you, Lush, and I hate it. Now, that is literally my favorite TikTok name. If I ever move to the UK, I'm going to buy it from you. Missed my favorite lady of receipts. Thank you so much. This money will go into the computer fund. And sorry. Hail, new computer because you need one to keep doing the fabulous job you're doing. Thank you so much, for the $75. I feel like we almost are to 1,000, which hopefully if we can get there to this number by Black Friday and there's a sale, then it's going to all work. That's my dream. It's going to all work out. Okay, wait.
Gerald Ford said no. Imagine the panic in that room this morning when they were trying to convince a Republican member of the House to change her mind and take her name off the
talking about Boebert
discharge petition, so that even with one more signature on the petition by the end of the day, it would not be enough. Imagine the pressure on Congresswoman Boebert in that room. Why didn't she succumb to that pressure? Why didn't she take her name off that discharge petition? Why did she leave her name on that discharge petition and allow that discharge petition to get its final signature so that it could now be in progress toward a vote in the House of Representatives? Why did Lauren Boebert then tweet this at the same time the final signature on the discharge petition was obtained? Quote, I want to thank White House
God, I just got 5 violations. I don't think it's for the content. Hold on. I need to pick the right appeal choice. I understand. No, I don't understand. Should allow content. My life is not. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I think it's probably for. I didn't say. Oh, yeah. I don't think it's about this. I think it's about something else. So, hold on. I just need to open the app because the only way to monitor these lives effectively is. Sorry. Skip it. Okay, I'm just opening the app, so when and if this appeal, let's all tap the screen. It's not, there's nothing, whatever. It's nothing we all did. We'll just work through it, and if this live gets banned, I'm not restarting it at this point, so it'll just be that way.
Officials for meeting with me today. Together, we remain committed to ensuring transparency for the American people. Lauren Boebert did not only not remove her name from the discharge petition. She taunted the Trump White House with that tweet at 4:22 p.m. at the same time the final signature was affixed to the discharge petition. It is impossible for a Republican member of the House of Representatives to be more defiant than that.
I want to see. I understand how he sees it. I actually don't think she was taunting the White House. I think that the agreement seemed to be, because I saw this happening across X almost simultaneously. Like when Adelita Grijalva was sworn in was around the same time they had Lauren Boebert, or within a couple hours, give or take, is the same time they were pressuring Lauren Boebert, which was also the same time a lot of other information was coming out. And all of a sudden I noticed that all of these Republicans whose names were on the discharge petition started saying, the Democrats are trying to block the release of the Epstein files or other similar things to try to direct pressure off of Trump. I actually more think they're like, yeah, I'm not taking my name off this. They're coming out, but I'll try to run a little interference for you kind of thing. That's what I think the agreement was, because I noticed it from a lot of people. Nancy Mace, I never showed you the clips yesterday of her having a meltdown outside in the middle of the night, but that's what she was doing. She's like, it's not about Trump. It's not about Trump. It's like, I think that was what they were scared, and they were like, okay, I refuse to take my name off this petition, but I'll run cover for you in the press. That's actually, because it was not just Boebert. It was all of them all of a sudden being like, Trump's a great guy. He has nothing to do with this or whatever. Hail. Oh, yeah. I already read that one. Sorry. Oh, my God. Ave, you're the best. Thank you so much. I won my appeal. We won the appeal. I've won 2 appeals this week and that's 2. That makes me 2 and 857. The last 2 weeks. Yes. So I can think, okay. Ave, thank you for the $100 towards the computer. That's amazing. And you guys are amazing. Thank you.
Is Lauren Boebert's defiance of Donald Trump, the Trump White House, and the Trump Justice Department, who were all trying to suppress the Trump Epstein files, an indication of just how weak an argument the Trump team made in the secrecy of the Situation Room on behalf of Donald Trump? They could say anything. Imagine the panic in that room this morning when they were trying to convince a Republican member of the House to change.
I do think, and that's why now I think there's going to be huge defections. Like I'm going to show you even John Foghorn Leghorn Kennedy, Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana is like, I think we just need to see the files, because that's the truth. There are midterms coming up. There are elections after that. And do you want to be the person that over and over your opponent is just like, how can we trust anything you say? You got on your knees for a man who says men shouldn't wear makeup but has a full face of makeup on every day, and assisted him in covering up the abuse and child trafficking of children. It is unforgivable, and I mean that. Whoever votes no, because this 7 days from Wednesday, right? Is that the day she was sworn in? Sorry, time is so weird. Was it Thursday? 7, by the way, not calendar days, working days. So sometime late next week, this petition is going to be voted on. And every person who votes no, I will never forget. I might show up wherever they are in whatever state just to yell that when they try to campaign next. If you don't want child trafficking victims, and let me just explain why I think it's so important. This is our chance to tell, because Trump has gone out of his way. Again, he was worth hundreds of millions of dollars and cash poor entering the White House the second time. He's now worth $3 billion, right? He's a grifting liar who's formed an oligarchy that only benefits people with hundreds of millions of dollars, billionaires and corporations. And we need to send a message, right, that if you victimize children, there is no place you can hide. I thought that's why I'm so disappointed. I literally thought that was the one thing MAGA agreed with us on. And now, last night, I had the joy of scrolling TikTok, even though I promised my therapist I wouldn't, and seeing that absolutely not. Insecure MAGAvid can't even get themselves together to defend kids who were victimized. Like, the bar is in hell, and you guys just, something that should be assumed, you guys ran on, release the Epstein files, I care about kids, and when it matters, oh, Trump's implicated in that? I guess we don't care about kids so much. Like, you guys are embarrassing to yourselves and to others. Sorry. And now I just want to... Okay, so I'm just sorry. There's so many clips of this, so I'm just trying to remember. Oh, yeah, so I think this is the best part. I just think this is cool, and I left their post down here because this is why Couchboy was drawn into responding to this. They posted this and the clip of Lawrence O'Donnell going after Couchboy, and then Couchboy broke down and was like, no, I have interviews scheduled. Like, I'm not hiding. I'm not in silence. I just filmed 2 interviews that will be aired later with Fox News, where he never said one word about the Epstein files. Couchboy is a cuck.
Today is a demonstration of Donald Trump's weakness now within his own party about his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein told the journalist Michael Wolff on tape, quote, I was Donald's closest friend for 10 years. And Donald Trump told New York Magazine in 2002, right in the middle of Jeffrey Epstein's career as a sex trafficker and raper of children, quote, I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. And Jeffrey Epstein said about Donald Trump, quote, "Of course he knew about the girls," end quote. Donald Trump's newest strategy with House Republicans is to call them stupid. In a tweet today, Donald Trump said, quote, "Only a very bad or stupid Republican would fall into that trap," the trap being voting for the release of the Epstein files. If you do that in the House next week, when that vote is likely to occur, Donald Trump says you are a very bad or stupid Republican. 4 Republicans have already signed that discharge petition, which is in effect a vote to release the Epstein files. Thomas Massie signed the discharge petition, which according to Donald Trump makes him a very bad or stupid Republican.
He sits here and goes through and puts everyone's face on the screen and be like, Marjorie Taylor Greene signed the discharge petition. I guess she's stupid. Trump has doubled down on this as well. So I guess if you have any interest or empathy in protecting children who are trafficked by powerful men who don't face accountability for anything, you're stupid for that. And that's my point. MAGA, if you guys can just put this together in a correct timeline, it's unforgivable. Just his statements about children are unforgivable. His lack of empathy for the only people in this country that we need to protect with our lives. It is unforgivable if you have empathy and if you're not in cognitive dissonance, if you're not a creepy weirdo who has been relegated to the right because the left doesn't want you. You know, all of those things are a combination of whatever it is. This shit is unforgivable if you're a decent human being with empathy. So now, I just want to show you this. So that happened on, Tuesday night, right? And then JD Vance freaks out and responds. So that's why I left this here. The Vice President of the United States has now responded to what I said about him at this hour on this program last night. About him at this hour. The breaking news of this hour is that JD Vance took to Twitter this evening to respond to an 18-minute video of my comments last night on this program that were posted. She's quoting Lawrence O'Donnell, right? So that's why I'm like, this is why. And I'm just making the point. You think what is, I don't want to be a social media influencer. I don't want to show my face. It's scary out here. I don't know even if Emoluments Clause, that's the name of this account, is a man or a woman, but I've been following them for a year. And just by reposting, and they don't even clip small clips. These are 18-minute clips, or they post all of Rachel Maddow's first comments at the beginning of the show. And if you don't think it can make a difference, if you don't think you just reposting clips and saying things can make a difference, it's not Lawrence O'Donnell's show. Couch Boy's not watching that. It was the reposting of it on X that triggered Couch Boy into responding and burying himself. That's what I'm saying. Never think for a minute that any actions you take, just find clips and repost them. And I'm so passionate about that on the People's Receipts. When I was a teacher, when I was a student before I was a teacher, I loved when people that used multimedia and interesting things to teach me because I had ADHD. That's why I could absolutely just repeat everything I watched to you guys. Can you imagine? I never show you a clip. I just sit here and talk at you. And some people can absolutely learn that way. I kind of struggle. I think using clips and things is super valuable. And never underestimate, if you can make a difference. And furthermore, the internet never goes away. Though even if they delete it or sue to get it, the Wayback Machine will still have it. This is literally a historical record. So keep reposting clips because it makes a difference.
has now responded to what Vice President of the United States has now responded to what I said about him at this hour on this program last night. The breaking news of this hour is that J.D. Vance took to Twitter this evening to respond to an 18-minute video of my comments last night on this program that were posted on Twitter by a viewer. That posting excerpted what I said about the Vice President last night in the tweet and wrote it in the body of the tweet, saying J.D. Vance is doing exactly what Gerald Ford did while the Nixon presidency was sinking and Richard Nixon was
I don't know why I imagine this account as a woman, but I've always seen this account as a woman. I don't know what the truth is, though. Like in my mind,
has now
sorry, I didn't mean
responded to
to
what
do that. I was
President
trying
of the
to
United States
enlarge the screenshot, but maybe I can't. I was trying to make it larger, but I'm not going to try again.
while the Nixon presidency was sinking and Richard Nixon was under increasing pressure over several months that led to his resignation. When things were the darkest for President Richard Nixon, Vice President Gerald Ford said nothing. Tonight, J.D. Vance is silent. Tonight, J.D. Vance is Gerald.
Why can't we see him moving his
Ford.
mouth?
That is an accurate transcription of what I said about J.D. Vance last night. 24 hours later, J.D. Vance speaks. His post on social media in response to that video says, quote, I did 2 media interviews literally today, one of which is airing in a few hours. That tweet was posted around 6 o'clock tonight. He was referring.
This is a random account on X. I mean, they have few, like, they've definitely gained followers, but when I started following, it had like virtually no followers. And by just taking the first 18 minutes of this man's show, the Vice President of the United States, and to me, it's an admission of guilt. Like, if you have nothing to hide, if you genuinely are backing a creepo and you're not sitting in silence because you're horrified, then you're not bothered by this, right? But he was so scared by the implication that was absolutely true that he went dead silent in the beginning of this week. That's the truth. He did. Dead silent. Now, someone who 100% backs someone, and I mean, let me just clarify. I'm glad he went silent. If you are not there, I hope there's some of the old JD Vance who, you know, when those emails came out from the trans folk that he was super close with in college saying like, what's happened to you? This is the opposite of who I knew you to be in law school. You know, like, hopefully there is still some part of him. This is a man in a biracial relationship with an Indian woman. Think of all of the racism and the hate that's come out. Like, I hope there's still a part of you that knows better. I mean, it seems like you're willing. There's no lengths Couch Boy's willing to go to prove he's a bigot, but I hope there's some tiny part of you that's like, man, this is messed up.
To the Sean Hannity interview with J.D. Vance, and that was presented just in the last hour on Fox. And J.D. Vance was absolutely silent in that interview about Jeffrey Epstein's emails saying that Donald Trump, quote, knew about the girls. J.D. Vance was absolutely silent in that interview about any of the Jeffrey Epstein emails released by the House Oversight Committee. J.D. Vance never said the word Epstein. J.D. Vance never said the words Ghislaine Maxwell. J.D. Vance stayed absolutely silent about the worst challenge his boss is facing tonight. In other words, J.D. Vance is still Gerald Ford tonight.
This is why I'm saying if you don't know Lawrence O'Donnell, if you never watch his show, Lawrence O'Donnell needs to be much more famous than he is. The man is relentless, and it's true. So just to give you reiterate the timeline before we go to the next clip. So J.D. Vance gets so triggered by a random person and X account who's never even shown their face and just reposts longer clips, which I love long clips. That's why I think I found them in the first place, of, you know, brilliant people going at Trump. And because of that, freaks out and replies to this account and says, "That's not true. I recorded 2 interviews in the last 24 hours. It turns out they were at Fox, where you never have to be asked about anything serious. Not that I think CNN's really pushing the envelope. But yeah, Fox is where you go if you never want to have to face accountability or the truth ever again. That's literally where you go to hide. Yeah, if you don't, I'm telling you, Lawrence O'Donnell is it. Like, he's the best.
Maxwell, J.D. Vance stayed absolutely silent about the worst challenge his boss is facing tonight. In other words, J.D. Vance is still Gerald Ford tonight.
Are you as obsessed with AI as I am?
I am.
Okay, I don't know. I'm a Grok guy.
Okay. Me too. I'm a Grok guy.
You're a Grok guy. Okay. Elon, I think it's the best.
I think it's the best. It's also the least woke. I'm always asking myself, if I ask an AI a question, is it going to give me an objective answer?
The vice president puts it in extreme mode.
Answer?
If you put it in extreme mode just for kicks and giggles, it's a little...
Just tell you, Grok is a fascist AI. Elon Musk built this AI to be able to turn off its empathy. If you don't know about it, do more research on it. No, truly, if you don't know about this, there are 2 modes of Grok. There's the normal mode, which still is empathyless and gets facts wrong all the time. And I'm saying this, I love AI, but here's my problem. I'm a perfectionist because I was raised by a monster, and when I was wrong, I'd be punished in horrific ways. So I need to make sure, not AI is, and I just want to clarify this, AI is not a place that gives you the right answer. It is a starting point to do more research, right? That's why you definitely need AI that can cite sources. It's just the jumping off point, right? It's going to save you time. It's a tool. Thank you. It's a tool to save you a little bit of time. It's not like, well, this weird thing said this, because Grok gets shit wrong all the time. It's just where it saves you a little bit of time and it starts your research. It will give you a list of sources, and that's where you start. It's not like, well, this is Bible, so I don't have to do anything else, right? But what they are laughing about, and you can read about this, when Elon Musk was testing this extreme version of Grok, it started giving people advice on X to literally pretending to be Mustache Man and talking about exterminating people. That's what they are laughing about. And by the way, and I'm saying this as someone who's very passionate, I use AI as a starting point for research because it saves me time. Grok is terrible. Literally. And I mean that only as someone who's a connoisseur of how can I find the most information and the most sources. I would never start there. But what they are essentially saying when they say, have you ever turned on the extreme version? You can turn, and they're saying it's anti-woke. It's a fascist AI tool. And let me put that in other terms, because MAGA doesn't understand the 14 points of fascism. My advice about that is if you don't want to be labeled a fascist, then look up the definition, the 14 points that would qualify as you one, and denounce them and change the way you behave. If the glove fits, wear it. Truly, that's the reality of the entire thing. Actually, hold on a second. Let's just get through this.
Well, if you want,
I have not, Sean. I don't want the media to attack.
If you want to know,
that whole interview was for kicks and giggles. It never, ever got more serious than that.
That's what he was saying. Oh no, I did a very serious interview and I've addressed it and you're wrong. To a random person that posted the first 18 minutes and you did nothing of the sort, JD, creepy creeperton, couch boy. You are a cuck. And let me just say this. I actually think it will work out for JD. And that's what scares me most. Because nobody in here... Oh my God! I got the same violation I got last time. Hold on. I need to click the right button. I'm not doing anything. But eventually I get in trouble for this type of stuff. Let's tap the screen and pretend... I definitely haven't done what they're accusing me of. I just need to quickly open the app so when the determination is made, I can see it. But yeah, and you know what's so funny? Prior to me starting this live, I was thinking, and I almost said, like, I've actually, like, escaped all the violations. Because last week, I had, like, 100 violations. And this week, I was like, damn, it's been I've only got, like, 15. Like, this is good. And, like, only, I think, the only two I've gotten where I had to appeal was today. So I was like, oh, maybe they've tweaked the algorithm and we're all not going to be punished. Thank you for the gift. Love it, Jennifer. I think it said, Jennifer, if it didn't, I have a problem. Can't read.
Coming up, more of my exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance. We're going to ask him about the pressures of the job. What does he learn from President Trump? And, of course, the question on everyone's mind.
The question on everyone's mind. That was Sean doing a parody of Sean. Of course, he didn't ask the question on everyone's mind about Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Hannity asked if J.D. Vance was going to run for president in 2028, a question J.D. Vance did not answer, but the world knows the answer is yes. Underlying the absurdity of the Hannity interview tonight, Attorney General Pam Bondi was the next guest on the Hannity show, where, of course, the word Epstein
Did not clip that. I did watch it all. I cannot clip. Pam Bondi is a pathological liar on a level I've never seen in my life. And why I'm saying that is, when you are a lawyer, it does not matter. And this is something MAGA does not seem to understand, along with the list of other millions of things they don't understand. When you are beholden to the ethics of the bar, that does not mean in court or when I'm working on my billable hours as a lawyer. It is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You are beholden to the ethics of the bar. Whatever. I'm in trouble. I lost that appeal. I guess I thought my live was just going to shut down. I really do not want to get banned. Let's all just tap the screen, whatever. I don't know why I'm in trouble, but anyways. But yeah, you're beholden to the ethics of the bar 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So every time anyone, and I mean this, think about this, Mike Johnson is a lawyer beholden to the ethics of the bar. People you don't even know in Congress are lawyers. So these people are pathological liars beholden to the ethics of the bar. Oh my God, did I record it? I can't even remember who. I think it was Mike Johnson or someone. Like, literally is in a fight with like the bar association because they're like, you're unethical and horrible. Like it is unconscionable that a lawyer like J.D. Vance would just sit around pathologically lying, because in theory, I say in theory because before, the rise of Donald Trump, we used to care about lies and the truth. Apparently now, like, literally every time Trump lies, MAGA, like, gives themselves a Andrew Jackson and gets off on it. You guys, like, get off on being cucked, which I've said that many times. It's the same way I think you guys like to be humiliated in debates online. You, like, get off on being wrong and have someone screaming at you. That's why I stopped debating, because I'm like, you guys are so dumb and so cucky, you're enjoying it now. Like, it's not fun anymore. If you're getting off on it in a creepy way, I don't like it. I don't like correcting you.
Was never mentioned. And in J.D. Vance's social media attempt tonight, in which he pretends...
Oh, okay. I just got another... I'm going to restart the live, and I mean, end this live. I'm not stopping TikTok or Twitch. I'm ending this live. What is a cuck? Raul. It's a whole genre of porn. Corn. Now I have to end this live. Okay, and I mean, I'm staying live on YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to push the end button to restart. Raul, do a Google search. Like, are you kidding? I'll explain it when I get back. I'll act it out for you. Okay, I am ending this and re-pushing the button. I expect to see you all right back here.
Also kind of help you too if you need help like deciding on which one to grab, like a recommendation. I'll help you there as well too. Okay, the flash sale is just about to end. 1 second, you guys. When the flash sale ends, we'll go ahead and restart it really quick and add a few more, because I know you guys are trying to buy the deal and you want to make sure you buy it on the flash sale timer here. If you guys need a new cat tree this year, these are the ones to grab. I'm telling you right now, They are going to be some of the lowest prices and best trees you'll buy. Okay. Oop, I just dropped Janine's hairpin thing.
Oh my God, I like watching. I don't even. Sorry for whatever everyone else said to just watch. I don't even know what it was. That was a weird live. Why do people who make bracelets have 10,000 people in their lives? What the? You guys, I want to keep doing this show, but I think I need to just make bracelets, beaded bracelets, and then we'll have 10,000 people watching me. I don't understand. Hi again. Raul is what he is. I know. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to explain it. I mean, I've explained it many times on this show. Like, if you can't figure it out now, I think he knows too. I think it's a joke. I think everyone knows. Okay, let's tap the screen. I feel relief because we're not in trouble. I'm going to do my best to not get in any more trouble. Make bracelets while you do the show. I know. I should, or I should do something else. I actually, that helps my ADD, actually, to focus more when I'm doing something with my hands. That's why I have these on. All these rings I wear, they were bought by a guy named Ronald that watches the show. They're anxiety rings that I can flick because I have to keep my like hands busy, or literally I need to do 5 activities at once, and that's how I focus. Which bracelet broadcast. You're my girl crush? I'm so honored. Thank you. Tell your friends. Okay. I'm going to just start this clip we're watching over while we wait for people to trickle in. So I'm just going to restart the Lawrence O'Donnell clip we're just watching, and then whoever doesn't get right back out here is just going to have to miss out.
Lane Maxwell, J.D. Vance stayed absolutely silent about the worst challenge his boss is facing tonight. In other words, J.D. Vance is still Gerald Ford tonight.
Are you as obsessed with AI as I am?
I am.
Okay, I don't know. I'm a Grok guy.
Okay. Me too. I'm a Grok guy.
You're a Grok guy. Okay, Elon. I think it's the best.
I think it's the best. It's also the least woke. I'm always asking myself if I ask an AI a question, is it going to give me an objective?
Woke, you mean fascist or bigoted or anti-fascist, anti-bigoted, anti-misogynist? Like the extreme version of Grok, which if people don't know what this is, like I always say, like when people try to engage me in philosophical debates, I only spent a year as a philosophy major, but I can't stand it when they're like, you believe in morals, right? Like laws are good morally, right? I'm like, no. To me, laws are something called utilitarian, which is useful. But like I'm a simple utilitarian, like because there's a lot of laws I don't feel good or bad about. They're ridiculous. It's like, don't have an ice cream cone and throw it out of your car window. There's so many laws that they're not moral or immoral. They're just whatever, utilitarian. But the problem with utilitarianism is when you go to the extreme side of that spectrum is who? Machiavelli, who believed what? The ends justify the means. And if I could explain to you what the extreme mode of Grok is, it's Machiavellianism. It is, doesn't matter how many people we need to unalive, doesn't matter how cruel we are, the ends always justify the means. Raul, you're back. Did you Google what a cuck is? I hope you did. It's just somebody, and here, let me help you. One of the most famous cucks in the world, who actually, I never liked this family until I saw it. Jerry Falwell Jr., like of the Jerry Falwell fortune that was created in like the late 70s and 80s of broadcasting the word of Jesus. There's a documentary on Hulu you should watch. And that it's just no kink shaming. Like it's just something like some people like, which is Jerry Falwell Jr., there's a documentary about how they found this super hot guy. Like, he's married to a hot, interesting woman, and, like, his kink is, like, I like to watch other people pleasure her. And this is a very common thing. It's not something strange or anything. That's what it is. But that's what, I mean, yeah, that's essentially. But it depends on how you see it, right? Like, because the way it's presented is, oh, this guy is... I should not even admit I know this, but I'm just gonna say it depends. There's some people that like set up these situations for themselves, but when you see it as a genre of porn, it's like men will be like forced to watch this happening. You know, it signifies like an impotent loser, you know, who can't fight for what is his. Essentially, is the easiest way I can describe it. But I never liked Jerry Falwell Jr. more because it sounds like he's just an awesome guy who's like very comfortable with who he is and like living and loves his wife, and they have like a very interesting sex life. Like, I actually, no kink shaming here. I support however anyone wants to, you know, do anything as long as it's safe and everyone has consented. But yeah, this kid that's a whole nother story. Watch the documentary. It's on Hulu.
Vice President puts it in extreme mode.
Cancer.
Have you put it in extreme mode just for kicks and giggles? It's a little. Well, if you want,
I have not, Sean. I don't want the media to attack.
If you want to know,
That whole interview was for kicks and giggles. It never, ever got more serious than that.
And coming up, more of my exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance. We're going to ask him about the pressures of the job. What does he learn from President Trump? And, of course, the question on everyone's mind.
The question on everyone's mind, that was Sean doing a parody of Sean. Of course, he didn't ask the question on everyone's mind about Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Hannity asked if J.D. Vance was going to run for president in 2028, a question J.D. Vance did not answer, but the world knows the answer is yes. Underlying the absurdity of the Hannity interview tonight, Attorney General Pam Bondi was the next guest on the Hannity show, where, of course, the word Epstein was never mentioned. And in J.D. Vance's social media attempt tonight, in which he pretends that he is answering me and rising to Donald Trump's defense about Donald Trump's self-described 15-year friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, J.D. Vance himself managed to bring even more attention to my 18-minute statement last night about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein and J.D. Vance. Now, the vice president's Twitter followers and social media followers probably don't often hear what I have to say. But now J.D. Vance has made the mistake of hooking them up with what I had to say last night about him and Donald Trump and what Jeffrey Epstein had to say about Donald Trump in his emails. And that might be the only way J.D. Vance followers ever hear any of that. Elaine Maxwell, J.D. Vance.
Thank you. And that's absolutely true.
Donald Trump and what Jeffrey Epstein had to say about Donald Trump. For that information, except the video of me talking about it, the J.D. media world, a sealed off echo chamber where my voice is usually not heard. So thank you for that, Mr. Vice President. And J.D. Vance proved my point tonight by maintaining a Gerald Ford-like silence about his president's scandal in his interview on Fox. So J.D. Vance is still very much Gerald Ford tonight. Gerald Ford, as Vice President of the United States, spoke a number of times in a number of places while his president.
Love how Lawrence O'Donnell is like a pit bull. Once he latches onto something, he's like, I'm not just going to say you're a cuck once. I'm not just going to emasculate you once. I am going to reiterate it over and over and over and over and dare you to do anything to prove me otherwise. And that's the point. And I'm only saying that as someone who was raised by a malignant narcissist. The only way to get at them, the only thing they feel is insecurity and anxiety. Once you get to sociopath level of disordered brains, they don't feel anxiety. They don't feel insecurity. So then that's a whole other conversation. But you can clearly see, right? That. I love how he eats at him because it is true. It's hey, in case you don't remember 2 seconds ago when I called you a cuck, now I'm pointing it out again. You're an impotent, flaccid loser who folds like a lawn chair anytime you could protect children.
Richard Nixon was seeking into scandal and eventual resignation that would let Jerry Ford become president, Jerry Ford just never offered any defense of Richard Nixon's crimes as they were being revealed in an investigation and eventually in testimony by Richard Nixon's criminal co-conspirators in the White House, including White House counsel John Dean, who himself ended up convicted of crimes. And so, no, Mr. Vice President, simply submitting to a so-called interview on Fox with Sean, which avoids any possible mention of Jeffrey Epstein, does not in any way distinguish you from Gerald Ford and the way Gerald Ford handled President Nixon's collapse into scandal, disgrace, resignation, and finally being the recipient of a pardon for his crimes by the new president, Gerald Ford. The question tonight for the Vice President of the United States is, how far will you take your Gerald Ford imitation? If you, J.D. Vance, rise to the presidency, will you pardon Donald Trump? If J.D. Vance...
That's why this is so important. I wanted you to hear. Understand the way Richard Nixon, because what Trump did in his first term, I struggled to think it could get worse, but it has gotten worse. And thank you for the hat. Yeehaw. I'm sorry. My next career will be an NPC, and then I don't have to think anymore. Yeah, like that's the real question. The only way Richard Nixon got off was the vice president who sat there silently while he was being buried under a mound of evidence, pardoned him. And do I believe, and if JD, and listen to this, because this is the truth. Like, I love how he did this, because this is the only thing I care about personally. JD Vance, are you gonna let this guy off? Is that what you're gonna do? Once he commits all these crimes, leaves office, and you get elected, you're gonna pardon a criminal who covers up child trafficking?
If J.D. Vance will answer that question with a simple no, then the comparison to Gerald Ford immediately evaporates. J.D. Vance's response to me tonight shows how dazed and confused the Trump team is. Donald Trump and what Jeffrey Epstein...
Here's the best part of the whole thing.
Epstein, in one of his emails, called Donald Trump, quote, evil beyond belief. Jeffrey Epstein knew Donald Trump.
And that's the point I keep making. People are like, oh, Epstein was blackmailing Trump or coercing him. I don't think it's that simple. I actually do think Epstein knew a lot about Trump, and because of that was scared of him. And that's the truth. If malignant narcissists are capable of horrible things, right? And I talked about this from the Nuremberg trials, right? Like the first diagnosis of malignant narcissism, which is different from just narcissistic personality disorder. It's like a defense times 3. There's psychopathy, there's Machiavellianism, right? The ends always justify the means, and then there's narcissism. So it sounds like Jeffrey Epstein, who might have been a terrible person, was also very worried about how and if he could attack Trump or leverage him or get, what I mean? Like, he wasn't sure how to play the game because he's like, this guy's crazy. He's capable of anything, which is something that many people who have been close to Trump have echoed over time.
Much longer than anyone in Republican politics knows Donald Trump. Jeffrey Epstein knew the unguarded Donald Trump. Jeffrey Epstein knew the guy at the parties.
Gary I'm going to pin Gary's comment so we can all laugh at his stupidity. Should we report a person who was born in the United States and her parents were born in the United States and has contributed more to the U.S. than Gary has? Or should Gary read a book and figure out what he's talking about? Gary, this is not the place for you. This is a gathering of people whose brains work. This is not the time for you to yell your inaccurate feelings at us. This is a place where people... Okay, Gary, I'm gonna have to... I don't want to block you, Gary, but next comment that tells us how dumb you are, you're gone. Gary Bear, don't embarrass yourself like this in public. This is a gathering of learned people. Just sit in silence and you might learn something. Like, how embarrassing to be as dumb as Gary. Poor Gare Bear. Literally. Like, you might still be able to enroll in kindergarten. There's a chance for you, Gary. You could learn to read And then you could learn to do math, and you could figure out who's robbing you. And let me help you. It's not Rachel Maddow. It's the guy you're on your knees giving Andrew Jacksons to and BJ's to. That's the man who's robbing you. But you waste all your time carrying water and defending a guy who is literally home invading you every day. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Gary, it's even... Hold on, let me pin Gary's latest idiotic comment. I can't write this stuff. Like, it's almost like I planned for Gary to show up here and just prove me right about how dumb MAGA men. Love my God, my pew pew, and my God. You started with God, Gary. You started with God, and then you said God again. Like, are you okay, sir? Like, I literally... These people are... Gary... And can I say something? How long have I been saying that these people are trapped in a paper bag and can't find that way out? Tell us again, Gary. Do you love your God? Like, did we get it the first time, the second time? Maybe say you love your God. I know, I think one of them's Trump. I'm sure you love your God's D in your mouth. Keep going, Gary. We almost respect you. We almost understand. Just keep saying things. Your wrists must be tired from all those Andrew Jacksons you give Trump. You are a weirdo. And I mean that in a very sympathetic and empathetic way. But due to the amount of stalking and threats I get from people whose brains work just as good as yours does, coupled with the state that our federal government is in, and I know you don't know what I'm talking about because you can't count. So you're just like, yeah, Trump's in charge now. I'm on my knees working hard. Everything's going well. It's not, Gary. That's why you have to learn to read and do math so you can figure out who is stealing your money. Like, that's my advice. Please, Gary, don't embarrass yourself anymore. And I'm truly... But, oh yeah, that's what I was going to say about the paper bag thing. How many times and for how many years have I been saying that? You know who said that in a clip I just saw and I recorded? George Conway. That's what he said. He was like, these people, I can't remember the exact quote. He was like, they couldn't find their way out of a paper bag. And I was like, is that a common saying? I have no idea where I heard that and why I started saying it. But I heard George Conway say it and I was like, it's all happening. Maybe George Conway can hear me.
Jeffrey Epstein says Donald Trump visited his house many, many times, and there is not a Republican politician anywhere in the country who can tell you that Donald Trump has visited his home many, many times. Donald Trump's utterly buffoonish Secretary of Commerce said that he visited Jeffrey Epstein's house one time, and Howard Lutnick and his wife both, according to Howard Lutnick, immediately concluded.
His name is Nutlick. If you transpose the L and the N, I prefer to call him Howard Nutlick.
There was something gravely wrong with Jeffrey Epstein, and they left Jeffrey Epstein's house as fast as they could within minutes of their first entry into Jeffrey Epstein's house, and they never went back. And that's the goofiest Secretary of Commerce in history, and he instantly, according to his testimony, figured out there was something very wrong with Jeffrey Epstein. The very same person who Donald Trump said was a terrific guy, who Donald Trump was friends with for at least 15 years. Donald Trump, in an interview with New York Magazine, conducted over the phone, joyfully told the interviewer, quote, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life." And now Donald Trump does not dare to speak a word about Jeffrey Epstein.
Reiterate, because I think that's a great line of logic. Howard Nutlick, who is quite literally, if you watch every time he's ever spoken in his life, is the dumbest commerce secretary of all time. He called him goofiest, which I like. Like, this man literally has no idea what he's talking about, or he's pathologically lying for Trump. And it's so hard to do that because nothing Trump does makes sense while he's grifting and stealing from all of us, that it makes Nutlick look dumb. You can decide whichever, but I can tell you that if you can follow the money, which is always my advice, Howard Nutlick is absolutely also grifting and profiting from Trump's second presidency. Look up Cantor, follow the money, look at the crypto grift. Trump's amassed $3 billion. Howard Nutlick is profiting as well. So I actually think he's probably a grifter who's a pathological liar, but also not that smart, so he can't really figure out a way to defend this guy.
Donald Trump has always denied any involvement in or knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking and raping of children. And so it would be nice to hear Donald Trump's explanation tonight of what Jeffrey Epstein could have possibly meant. When Jeffrey Epstein said in his email that Donald Trump knew about the girls, he did not call them young women in that email that Jeffrey Epstein wrote. He called them girls. Here's what Donald Trump looks like when he is absolutely terrified of even hearing the word Epstein.
Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Are you prepared to negotiate with Democrats now?
Mr. President, on Jeffrey Epstein.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for going.
Mr. President, can you respond to these Epstein emails that were released today?
Thank you.
Well done, Mr. President. Great job. Good try.
It's Friday. I think this was Wednesday. Literally, Trump's like, get him out of here, get him out of here. And they're like trying to drag journalists. That's what I do. And let me just help you. That's what I do when the only available evidence that could exonerate you and prove that you're 1,000% innocent of any, untoward dealings as it relates to Epstein's child trafficking scheme. That's what I do. Right when reporters are asking me the question with which I can use to exonerate myself and direct them to the Epstein files I'm going to release to prove I'm innocent, I panic, start screaming, and literally make my aides physically try to drag people out of the White House. That seems like I'm just thinking out loud here. Is that not a strange thing to do? That was another moment where Trump could declare, show us the proof of his innocence. And instead, he's like, "Get these people out of here! Oh my God, I can't talk about this." That's what I do when I'm 1,000% innocent of child trafficking. I always freak out, and then I try to have the reporters asking me very simple questions physically removed. Someone just requested, if you're opposition, I don't know, I have no idea who that was, but if you are, you can request again. If you don't agree with what I'm saying, you can request if you would like to explain to me how this is the behavior of an innocent man. I am willing to listen to that. It just seems, if I was innocent, and the only information to exonerate me was in the Epstein files, and then it would seem a little strange to me that I'd spend all of my energy threatening, cajoling, coercing people to not release that information. Like, that's the opposite of the actions of innocence is what we're witnessing.
Program refusing to answer a single report. That was Donald Trump last night in the Oval Office during this program, refusing to answer a single reporter's question. And he had those reporters rushed out of that room without him daring to answer a single question. He was afraid of taking a single question. And every shouted question at him had the word Epstein.
Just say something. Think about Trump's crimes, right? Because when I was thinking more last night, as I do, MAGA, like, you know how you say women should stop thinking and get in the kitchen and have babies? But why is it all of our brains work better than yours? When I was using my brain in ways MAGA can never even imagine to think and read and do math, I was thinking about this a lot, like, about the behavior, about the why, and I was like, okay, can I think of any logical explanation in which if I was an innocent person, I would then use all of my energy, and I mean that, think about this, I have never seen Trump do what he did regarding the Epstein files about the coup. And the coup is crimes over the wires. I can help you because I can read. I've read every indictment about the fake elector scheme, including the federal one. And that's the same deal. I love when people are like, Jack Smith's making up shit. No, they just have crimes over the wires, emails. Like it's just, you guys told all your crimes to the internet and then they have screenshots of them. Period. And has Trump ever done that about a coup? He absolutely, in my opinion, and anybody who can read, led? No. Absolutely not. And let me further make my point about that. When Trump got the Supreme Court of conservative weirdos to literally give him almost full presidential immunity, if you read that ruling, which again, MAGA, that rules all of you out because none of you can read it. The only exception, and what they say is not, oh my God, I just forgot the right term for it, but is not something that's a president, not something that can be attributed to, hey, this is the executive office and he's immune, was the fake elector scheme. They're like, nope, he can be prosecuted for that. So just know that. I know that, and I have never seen Trump try to make random White House aides physically remove people for asking about something. And I'm only saying that to say, and I'm going to repeat what I said at the beginning of this live because there was only like 80 people in here at the time. You don't use up all your political, all your social, all your financial capital doing something like this if you're innocent. And I'm not even saying, I want to be clear, I'm not saying it's that he is directly involved in the S trafficking, but we know for a fact, it is indisputable that he had Kash Patel and a bunch of people go through and highlight and make a list for him of every mention of him in those files. And whatever it is, if it's they were involved in something else, it's something about whatever it is, there is something so important to him that he will exhaust energy I have never seen him exhaust before to avoid it. And he already knows. That's my point. They've looked at them, told him, here's every reference to you and in what context. And I've never seen this man, even when he's guilty, behave this way. So you tell me. And I'm not saying, I want to be clear, I'm not saying it's implicating him in even the Epstein stuff, but there is something that he fears so much that he is now behaving in a way I've never witnessed prior to this.
On it. And that is pure fear on Donald Trump's face. Pure fear of the word Epstein and pure fear of saying a word in reply to those questions. That was last night. This was today.
Can't hear that. Two reporters are asking him about Epstein and he is like, get out of here.
The silent
and
man.
Just to be clear, if you've ever watched, which I know, I know so much about Trump that I notice the changes in behavior. I've showed many clips and talked about how something's wrong with his leg and how he drags one leg behind him. That pace is not normal for him. Like, that was a speed up and let me get the out of here. So, again, I have seen him of crimes that mainly involve crimes of the wires, wire fraud, that are like a foregone conclusion of him being able to handle that differently than he's handling this. And I'm just saying, whatever it is all his political capital, all of his social capital has been spent on this. And still, now we know the discharge petition, and it started with them saying, our goal is 40 Republicans to sign it. And Thomas Massie said yesterday 70. And Aaron Parnas, which I don't know, I mean, I think they're saying 70 at a minimum, because it is political suicide to back a man that for whatever reason, it could just be an email regarding something else, but to back someone covering up for children being SA'd. And how important could it be? I mean, Trump doesn't care about kids, so he doesn't care. But just making the point, there's something in there that he would do anything to stop from coming out.
Strolling out of that room in fear of that word Epstein that he was hearing from that reporter. Marching out of the room completely incapable of even attempting to form a sentence or even a single word in response to the word Epstein. And so Donald Trump is lost in his fear tonight and incapable of forming even a single sentence in his own defense, and no one else on his team can either. Sounds like a job for a criminal defense lawyer. The problem for Donald Trump is that his criminal defense lawyer is the only criminal.
My favorite part of this whole thing, now Lawrence O'Donnell goes in on Todd Blanche, which Todd Blanche, oh my God, I'll let Lawrence, this is my favorite part of this whole thing. Like, Todd Blanche is awful, and I'm just saying that from, yeehaw, thank you for the hat. I would be such a good NPC. I'm just saying that because of the Stormy Daniels trial, and I actually think Todd Blanche was he first chair or second chair? Like Emile Beauvais, who also, anyone who ever defended Trump against the crimes he was, in my opinion, very clearly guilty of. Emile Beauvais has also been given a job in the DOJ as well, but he was the better lawyer. Todd Blanche is garbage. I watched, and I want to just clarify. I don't think that's actually true. Because you know me and how I do research and how my mind works. I went and found lots of clips from the past. Thank you for the hat. Of other lawyers talking about their experience with Todd Blanche. And they all said that actually he's a very good lawyer, very competent, very methodical, very logical. And so what I actually think happened when I was watching the Stormy Daniels trial is when you get too close to Trump, it makes you a bad lawyer. Because why? Narcissists believe they are God. God's the best lawyer, right? Why? God knows best. God invented lawyers. So God will tell you how to try the case for God. And I think that is what Todd Blanche got caught up in, is the pressure and the delusional shit Trump was putting on him of how you try a case, but Trump can't read, can't do math, and is definitely not a lawyer. And because of that pressure, it literally Trump lost the case by himself because of his own delusions of grandeur, because of his narcissism. Who said, hold on, MAGA forever, awesome. User 4143191. I don't come to your lives when no one's in them because you probably don't have access to even hosting a live and say dumb things. You are just helping my live. If it continues, I will just block you. This is not a place for you. Like, you are lost.
Defense lawyer in history who obtained a guilty verdict for a president. Todd Blanche, who won Donald Trump 34 guilty verdicts from a Manhattan jury, is now Donald Trump's utterly incompetent and childish Deputy Attorney General. And I say childish because of this tweet from the Deputy Attorney General yesterday. The president of the New York State Bar Association issued a statement denouncing, quote, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's declaration of war on the judiciary and Bar Association disciplinary bodies. Any other lawyer would be ashamed at provoking such a proper denunciation, but Donald Trump's Deputy Attorney General tweeted the reply, LOL to that. He is the first child we have had as a Deputy Attorney General.
It gets better. Sorry, I just clipped this in pieces. Gets better.
Thanks to the child in the Oval Office. Todd Blanche is one of the worst criminal defense lawyers I have ever seen work in a courtroom. Courtroom, and he proved that again today with a tweet replying to George Conway, who said that the Epstein emails, quote, show that Todd Blanche's questioning of Ghislaine Maxwell was either A, completely incompetent, or B, intentionally crafted not to elicit facts incriminating Trump. Either way, he is not fit to serve as Deputy Attorney General of the United States. Todd Blanche's foolish reply to that tweet was, quote, when I interviewed Maxwell, law enforcement didn't have the materials Epstein's estate hid for years and only just provided to Congress. So there's the Attorney General.
want to point out, this is why I say MAGA, and I know none of this would ever occur to you because you can't read and you can't do math and you don't know anything about anything. So it's like, what he's defending Trump. That's not a big deal. No, he just confessed, right? Oh, I thought that was so cool. I've never seen that one. Sorry, I have ADHD. But what you just heard is Todd Blanche made a grave error. He's saying, oh, I would have actually done my job. Because I do believe, based on my research I did and other people who had worked with Todd Blanche before he got on his knees for Trump, like that he does know how to do his job. And because he's so, like, I'm not saying he has narcissistic personality disorder, because his narcissistic traits make him want to publicly respond and say, that's not true. That's not why I did what I did. Which, let me just be clear, and I'm going to play the clip from George Conway after all this happened. And George Conway says it beautifully. You went, met with Ghislaine, I'm sorry, as some people are calling her, Ghislaine, and said nothing. You asked 3 questions or whatever, and she just states facts. And I'll wait for George Conway to explain why that is bad lawyering. But yeah, this is how dumb Todd Blanche is. He says, no, actually, I didn't have the emails from the estate. Remember when we started talking about this? I revealed, because the Oversight and Accountability Committee, like little Jimmy Comer and Mike Johnson, are saying, well, the only reason these emails are here because we subpoenaed them. And that's why I am doing this now, is to prove that's not true. The way they knew to get those emails was because, what's his name? His name's like Brad Evans or Brad Johnson. Sorry. But the guy, his name's definitely Brad, generic last name. He's a lawyer who represents hundreds of Epstein victims. And he was on this show. And he said, hey, I know because I've talked to them, because I'm representing hundreds of these survivors. I don't think they want to be referred to that way, of these Epstein survivors. Epstein's estate is waiting for anybody to subpoena them. They have all of these emails and records, and they'll give them over. And Ro Khanna was the next guest after that lawyer. He goes on and says, oh, I heard that. I'm going to figure out how to subpoena them. That is the only reason Oversight has ever gotten access to any of this information, in my opinion, because they didn't want to know, right? They don't want to know because they don't want Trump to be complicit. But once Ro Khanna's like, it's public record, and Thomas Massie start doing interviews and saying, well, we know we can do this if these Republicans now who are trying to run cover for Trump don't subpoena those emails, then they are complicit in a cover-up of a child trafficking ring. That is the only way that we ever got the emails or we know anything about this. So be clear on that.
The Deputy Attorney General replying with a lie as part of his reply. The lie is that the Epstein estate hid the Epstein emails. That is a lie. The Epstein estate possessed the Epstein emails. But as the world learned on this program on July 23rd, when attorney Brad Edwards told us that lawyers for the Epstein estate would immediately comply with any subpoena for any and all documents in their possession, that is how those emails emerged. That is how Congress got the idea to subpoena the Epstein estate. What was Todd Blanche doing that night? Why wasn't he watching and taking notes? Why didn't he go after those documents from the Epstein estate? Todd Blanche could have obtained all of the material from the Epstein estate on his first day as the Deputy Attorney General. And so no one at the Epstein estate hid that material from Todd Blanche. That is a lie. But here is the other big problem. Todd Blanche just foolishly and incompetently created for himself and his client, Donald Trump, by thinking, as bad lawyers do, that he has a very clever wise guy response, and Twitter is the place for him to issue his wise guy response. Todd Blanche's tweet says, when I interviewed Maxwell, law enforcement didn't have the materials Epstein's estate hid for years and only just provided to Congress. That is Todd Blanche's defense. Remember, that's a defense. against George Conway's accusation that Todd Blanche is completely incompetent for not asking Ghislaine Maxwell about these emails. Todd Blanche seems to be agreeing, thanks to the child in the Oval Office. Todd Blanche is one of the worst criminal defense lawyers I have ever seen.
It gets worse. This is my favorite part.
That is Todd Blanche's defense. Remember, that's a defense against George Conway's accusation that Todd Blanche is completely incompetent for not asking Ghislaine Maxwell about these emails. Todd Blanche seems to be agreeing that he would be completely incompetent if he was in possession of those emails when he was questioning Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, well, now they are in your possession, Todd, and now you can ask her again. You can go back to her and you can ask her what these emails to her from Jeffrey Epstein mean. The email about Donald Trump being the dog that hasn't barked. What does that mean? Ghislaine Maxwell indicates in her response to it, she knows exactly what it means. And if you don't go and ask her those questions, Todd, you are proving George Conway's statement to be completely accurate. You are proving you are completely incompetent or that you intentionally crafted questions to protect your previous criminal client, Donald Trump. Todd Blanche
has always been my point. Depositions go on for hours, days, months, years, and you craft questions in different ways and it's like they answer one time and then you find 10 more ways to craft the question that makes it impossible for them either to not tell the truth, or to lie under, or they're lying under oath. Like, that's the point. Like, he went and just like, hey, like, you want to get into a minimum security prison? Like, I'm going to ask you 4 questions. She's like, Trump did nothing. We pardoned a disgusting human being who the majority of the victim survivors in their statements have said very clearly, she was not a victim. She was not innocent. She was 200% complicit. And they said, actually, they fear her more than Epstein. That is how awful and horrible she was to them. And Todd Blanche was like, she knows nothing. That's convenient. Now she gets to go to a minimum security person. And only because of whistleblowers, we now know she's got puppies and a concierge service delivering food to her minimum security cell.
Has done something else with his profoundly stupid and unprofessional tweet. Todd Blanche has revealed to us something about the Epstein files. If we believe Todd Blanche has revealed to us that the Epstein files, remember, are the investigative files in the possession of the Justice Department, controlled by Todd Blanche right now. He controls every single one of those documents, every single page. And Todd Blanche is saying that the Epstein files do not contain the Jeffrey Epstein emails that were obtained by Congress through a subpoena to the Epstein estate. Okay, Todd, if you are now willing to tell us what the Epstein files do not contain, please give us the answer to the question that the Attorney General of the United States refused to answer when Senator Sheldon Whitehouse asked her if the Epstein files contain, quote, photos of President Trump with half-naked young women provided to Congress.
The question is, did the FBI find those photographs that have been discussed publicly by a witness who claimed Jeffrey Epstein showed them to him? You don't know anything about that. Okay.
And that was the clip I showed you yesterday of Ted Lieu also questioning and saying Michael Wolff said he was sitting there. Epstein started opening a safe, took several pictures out of that safe that depicted Trump with, and I'm quoting creepy Michael Wolff's words, that he was not sure if they were of age or not. Right? That's what they're talking about.
Here's what we cut to something else.
With his wise guy tweet, Donald Trump's incompetent Deputy Attorney General, who is also his incompetent criminal defense lawyer, has opened the door to answering questions about what is and what is not in the Epstein files. Todd Blanche has established the principle that the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General can tell us, at least whenever something is not in the Epstein files. He established that principle today. So tell us that the Epstein files contain no photographs obtained from Jeffrey Epstein of Donald Trump with half-naked young women. Why didn't the Attorney General just say, no, I have never seen those photographs? That would be a very easy thing for her to say if and only if it were true. But obviously, if she has seen those photographs, if she has held them in her hands at the time that she said the Epstein files and the Epstein client list were on her desk, then she cannot say that she has never seen those photographs.
The question is,
so right. That's the point, right? How dumb do you have to be as a lawyer, and not just any lawyer, second in charge of the DOJ, to lose your shit because you're so narcissistic that you're like, these people are going to think I'm incompetent. You are incompetent, Todd Blanche. I watched you try to get Trump off in the Stormy Daniels trial. You are absolutely incompetent. And I preface that because I said earlier, I think it's because you are so scared of Trump, which how you're scared of an old man with a full face of makeup on farting all day and asleep. I don't, even Jeffrey Epstein said he feared him, right? So I think you're just scared. And when Trump is so narcissistic, he's like, I'm God, I'm a lawyer, I'll tell you how to try this case. You listened because you're a cuck. But now you're stupid enough to be baited by people just reposting clips of shows on the internet, and you respond and say, well, I never knew about those emails. Yeah, that's let me just help you again, MAGA, because I know you're not going to be able to put all the pieces together. Donald Trump ran on, he cares about nothing more than releasing all the information about the Epstein child trafficking ring. We now know from Todd, insecure, loser, idiot Blanche, the second in charge of the DOJ, that they never even bothered to go to Jeffrey Epstein's estate and the trustee of that estate and subpoena that information. That is, there's no other way to take that other than I'm involved in a cover-up. I'm not supposed to get all the information. The first thing I would do if someone told me find out as much as you can about this, I'm going to, and I'm saying I have subpoena power, I'm going to the trustee of the Epstein estate. That is step one. And for some reason, either Todd Blanche is an idiot, or he's actively involved in a cover-up, or he's on his knees too busy giving Trump Andrew Jacksons. And I think it's a combination of all three. But again, this is just another sign whenever I have to hear about how DEI or, DEI hires are people that aren't good at their jobs. That's absolutely not true. There is statistical data that proves that DEI programs actually increase productivity and financial benefits at every firm that adopted it. If you can find data otherwise, I'd love you to show it to me. What we do know is that all the lies insecure white MAGA men told and spread about DEI was to hire a bunch of incompetent weirdos that would protect their cult leader. Congratulations, idiots. You guys have made it easier for Trump to engage in a cover-up. I want to show you this stuff, though, because I have the George Conway. I want to show you this. George Conway's, let me be more clear. I want to show you George Conway's response. So Todd Blanche is like, I didn't know that the emails were there. Whatever his second story was that made, he's like, I'm not as shitty and incompetent as everyone clearly seems to accurately peg me as. I have another excuse of why I'm an idiot. It's like, ugh. Why, MAGAs, all their time is spent trying to convince people they're not idiots. People who aren't idiots don't have to convince people they're not idiots. It's implied. That's my advice to Pete Hegseth and Scott Duffy and all the idiots that work for Trump. Like, if you have to verbally, constantly assure people you're not dumb, you're dumb. Like, I've never seen people have to actively try to beg people to believe they're not idiots. It's fascinating to watch, though. You guys keep it up. We almost believe you guys aren't dumb AF. You guys have dropped the ball every single chance you've had to do something correctly. You guys have not been able to achieve it. Why would we all sit here and think you're idiots? Hey, and here's the other thing. I don't listen to people speak. I just watch your actions. That's why, hey, you can think I'm an idiot or not, but you can watch the 119 episodes of the People's Receipts and how my brain works and how I do research, and you can decide if I'm an idiot or not. Right? Your body of work speaks for itself. You don't need to cry and try to be like, I know it seems like I'm an idiot, but this time I'm not. No, you're an idiot. You all are.
One thing that was brought up last night by Scott Jennings was, why did Democrats never talk about this when Biden was in office? Why is this only something that the party cares about now in terms of getting justice for these women who were girls at the time? I think it's a fair question. We've asked it to Democrats. But the Biden Justice Department oversaw Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. I mean, they could have subpoenaed the Jeffrey Epstein estate for these emails, and they did not.
Because they didn't need to. The whole point was Epstein was dead, and Ghislaine Maxwell, their object was to put her in jail. They did that. They only needed.
But the emails could have revealed other people that could have been investigated.
Well, yes, but the statute of limitations might have run against somebody like a Donald Trump, and the evidence from those documents might not have been, sufficient to convict. I don't think the.
Also be clear, I think a big part of Trump ever being elected has been this unholy alliance between rich creeps of, I know about you and I'll protect you, right? So I actually would posit, like I said before, it's not that I think these emails come out and it's like, oh, all of a sudden everything is like Donald Trump. That's not what I even think. I think there are a lot of very powerful people that Trump, as we have seen, has leveraged, has, gotten money from. And part of that unholy alliance is protect me from this shit. So when it comes out, he's going to lose a lot of friends. He's going to lose a lot of leverage. They are going to blame him. And I also think there will be many emails where it proves his knowledge, if you will, of all of this and his complacency. And let me just be clear, 26 women, and actually, 25 women and one child, because I think I was trying to figure out, that's how thorough I am last night. I was like, is Katie Johnson, the 13-year-old, included in that? And I think she might be. So 25 adults have credibly accused Trump of SA. And if you are willing to cover up a child trafficking ring in order to garner power or favor or to help your chances of becoming president, you are despicable. And if you I just got a violation for live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. What did I do? What have I ever said? Like, I'm sorry that Trump's a creep. Like, I'm not allowed to say it's true. This is what he did. It's almost worse if he's not involved in it. Then he's just like, hey, in order to leverage political power, I'm going to cover all this shit up. And for some reason, it's so strange that TikTok wouldn't want me to talk about that. This is what's the current event. My live visibility, apparently, this is new. I've never seen this. They only block your live visibility for 10 minutes. It was blocked all day yesterday. It's kind of strange. Yeehaw! Thank you for the gift. Let's continue on. 10 minutes will go by fast.
These documents, however amazing they are, they're not enough to convict. And the only person who was a witness, the people who were witnesses were these women who were abused, and you had to take their testimony, the ones who you could get, and the testimony they could get to get the people who actually did the trafficking, and they did that, and they got Ghislaine Maxwell, and it wasn't meant to be kind of a search for everyone who might have had anything to do with Ghislaine Maxwell.
But shouldn't it have been?
Well,
I mean,
that's
I hear
not
that and I
that's
say,
not the function
all
of
these powerful people.
That's not the function of the criminal justice system. Okay? Now, Donald Trump, I mean, I'm not saying he committed a crime in that.
Say something. It's not the function of the two-tier justice system, but let's just say when it comes to railroading people with little to no evidence, poor people or people that don't have the means to defend themselves, yeah, it certainly is. As many people as can be swept up in, like I give the illicit substance investigations. It's get the smaller fish, and back them into a corner until they name names, right? And go up and up and up until you have everyone. But apparently, I get what he's saying. Like, it's definitely not the function of the president of the United States to direct any investigation ever. And there seems to be, and what should be disturbing to MAGA is America first, and protect this country and the rule of law. Yeah, that's ironic because it seems to be, it's hey, if people are powerful enough, if they can fight us, it's going to be very hard to convict them, so we won't. What? I don't agree with that.
To be proven now in 2025. The reason why this is of concern is he's the president of the United States. He's been found in another case by a civil jury to have been liable for sexually abusing a woman in a department store. He has been, he's a convicted felon, and he's had dozens and dozens of women, accuse him, older women, accuse him of sexual abuse. And we've never, they're different people at different times, and they all had no reason to lie. And this is of a piece. And, sometimes justice takes a while.
Yeah.
Literally, and I know, MAGA, you don't understand statistics or plotting data points, but it is almost mathematically impossible that all of this smoke, all of these data points, all of these accusers, all of these things could happen without there being a fire. And so all I can take from this is that MAGA's number one goal is to cover up for child traffickers. If you have money, the same way, and this is yesterday, you guys, everything's fine. We never need to talk about this again. The child trafficking ring just involved 11 to 15-year-olds, or to 17-year-olds. So we're fine now, guys. Everything's fine. Everything's fine now. Megyn Kelly said it's fine. Breaking news. I mean, this woman was a journalist on primetime television. I could list the ethical violations and delusions of her calling any of this a fact, calling rando hearsay from someone that's probably caught up in a 3PDO ring a fact, and trying to say hey, this should make us all feel better. I don't care if someone is 17 or 10. It's not legal. Are you okay, weirdo?
Came within his purview.
Clarify. And then if that 17-year-old turns 18 and they're being trafficked, that is still illegal.
Look, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference.
Yeah.
There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. It's just.
I literally, I swear to God, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going to have this reaction, but it comes from my history being essayed. I despise this woman. And I did before today, but I mean the level of rage I feel. Hey, you guys, Megyn Kelly says as long as it's a 15-year-old who's trafficked by rich billionaires, we should all feel better about it. Do you guys feel better about it now? Is anyone feeling better? I feel physically, I might pass out. I need to breathe. I can't. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going to have that reaction. I've heard this once before, but it honestly sounds worse now. Oh, you guys, there's a big difference between trafficking a 5-year-old and a 15-year-old. What? Get this creep off the internet. And let me help you, because I actually, I told you the only class I still continue to use because of absolute creeps who are complicit. Megyn Kelly is now complicit in justifying the trafficking of children. She's another complicit creeper. Period. End of story. And let me just help you because I had to learn all these definitions, right? Like, actually, the word pedophilia, which is not spelled like we spell it in America, it's like Paedo. Actually, it is, I think, the Latin suffix. But, oh, actually, I forgot. I took a screenshot. Here, we can all watch this. We can all get through this together. Technical distinctions. The field of sexology uses specific terms. So pedophilia is technically denotes the primary or exclusive sexual interest in prepubescent children. And let me just be clear on that, because like I am so angry I don't even want to get into technical definitions, because if you've ever watched when Dr. Danny and I, who's an actual clinically certified sexologist, used to do lives together, puberty can happen at 17 and often does, or it can happen at 5. It's called precocious puberty. So the point is pre-puberty is what the technical psychological definition is of a 3-PDO, but that precocious puberty can happen at 3, 4, 5, and that's why you need to take hormone blockers, which Mariga doesn't understand or use for very important things. Or some people don't ever hit puberty till 17. So to imply, I mean, Megyn Kelly, think about this. She was a primetime news anchor. You are a disgusting human being who needs to crawl back into your hole and never, ever, ever, for any reason whatsoever, come back out, you weirdo. What? I can't live in a world with people who are this gross. Who goes on, is like, hey, I heard from a friend of 3-PDOs. like, and, you know, just saying, so this should help everyone sleep at night. No, now I am disgusted. I'm not sleeping better. I am more angry and more disgusted. You guys are disgusting human beings. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't. It's like I heard it clear the first and if anyone's interested, which this doesn't apply, because again, and like what I learned from Dr. Danny, and as a result of Dr. Danny teaching me so many things, I saw someone say what age they were. I'm not going to repeat who it was, you know, what age they were when they hit puberty. But yeah, like precocious puberty and puberty at young ages is actually a result of a lot of times poverty and other stressors. Right? I hit puberty at a very young age. Hispanic young girls tend to. And there's research that Dr. Danny directed me to, and that is often because of stress, is environmental stressors, the healthy food that's not afforded. So there's tons of hormones in foods. And because of back to environmental stressors, you know, like I needed to grow up fast to survive. Right? Yeah. So, miss me with Megyn Kelly needs to crawl into a hole and someone needs to pile dirt on top of her. I never want to hear that. Like, I heard that and I was like, how? Like, this woman was literally like a primetime news anchor, and this is how dumb she is. Are you okay? Like, unacceptable for any reason ever. And that's what you need to know, though. 3-PDO-philia, if you will, is generally referring to anyone who hasn't hit puberty yet. But if you're not as dumb as Megyn Kelly, which is pretty much everyone in this live, that can be any age, right? Puberty occurs at 4 years old or 17. So creepy weirdo Megyn Kelly needs to read a book, but she won't. Because I think ignorance is part of the MAGA culture. The dumber you are, the blonder you are, like the more they will accept you. Just have no idea ever what you're talking about. But hebephilia, if you ever want to learn about this, a sexual preference for children in early adolescence, which again, the more hormones and the more trauma involved in America can be any age. That's the problem, right? But it just depends on, you know, each individual child situation. A sexual preference for children in early adolescence who have started puberty but are not physically mature. And ephebohelia, which you can see on the bottom, a sexual interest in mid to late adolescents or teenagers, generally in the 15 to 19 range. But again, puberty is different for every single individual child, so pretending it is not is just a sign you're an idiot. But there are people guilty of 3 pedo acts that when someone accuses them and uses the word 3PDO, they'll be like, no, not me, because they're saying, I actually raped or assaulted someone after puberty. Cool. You're still assaulting, trafficking, raping a child, creeper. Can you imagine? Like, that's your defense. Like, actually, they were post-puberty, so still a child, just post-puberty. That's literally like her contribution to America yesterday. It was like, hey, I talked to somebody who is part of this and they just want everyone to know. Like, I never want to hear or see Megyn Kelly again. Like, she is the literal grossest person on earth. It's like, this woman has made millions of dollars off running cover for the creepiest people on the planet. And she's proud of it. She's like, oh, here I am running cover for creeps. Like, the insecurity, like, get some therapy, weirdo, please. Like, please, can you get some therapy? Oh, let me show you this. So Tim, oh my God, I forgot his last name. Tim, whatever his last name is, from The Bulwark. Watch this.
Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal.
This is this person's view, which is probably her own. Like, she's talking about herself. Like, are you okay? Tim Miller, thank you. It's not that I can't always remember. It's just in this moment. I'm, my amygdala, my fear response is triggered. And when that happens, my memory gets bad.
Type. Like, he liked 15-year-old girls.
So as a lawyer, you would think that Megyn Kelly would be familiar with the fact that a 15-year-old is not exactly a barely legal type. Say because a 15-year-old is rape, statutory rape. She's doing the thing that Roy Moore used to do. So he's an ephebophile, not a pedophile. He's into the barely legal type, like 15, which is not legal. This is sick. Like, Megyn Kelly.
If you remember, because like, I think it's funny how we all sit in these lives and we're like, God, how do we get here? It's like, I thought 2022 was the worst it was going to get, or I thought 2020 was the worst it would get. Does everyone remember in like 2020 to 2022 when there was this huge movement of state legislatures, and in red states, the states that are poverty stricken, who California, New York has to bail out, they decided that they needed to lower the age of a child who could marry without parental consent. This was a huge movement. And there are videos I played when Jay and I were doing lives together. I played so many videos of these creepers sitting on the legislative floor being like, I know some 14-year-olds who are married and they're still happy. I think it's fine if a 14-year-old marries someone. Like, all of this, we get it, MAGA, we got it. You guys are creeps. And I said that, like, maybe I'll do a live tomorrow and get through the rest of this when I calm down, because this is super deeply personal to me. But literally all the
truth that we have available to us is going to be made public, and it is clearly the biggest scandal in presidential history. And he wouldn't be acting this way if he wasn't simply worried about what sits in those files. What we've already seen is immensely incriminating. Clearly, Donald Trump was at the center of a child sex ring. That is heartbreaking that the President of the United States was involved in that kind of gross, craven immorality. And
Chris, it's not that heartbreaking because they looked 15. You didn't listen to Megyn Kelly. It's fine. They looked 15, so it's okay to grape them.
it stands to reason that he wouldn't be fighting so hard to spin against this story or bullying Republicans in the House in and down. But we also do have to contextualize it, because what Donald Trump is all about is protecting the rich and powerful and stealing from normal people, regular middle class and poor folks, in order to enrich the rich and powerful. And this is very much part of that story. Yes, I am sure that there are both Republicans and Democrats named in those five, really playing a game based on politics, but playing a game based on wealth and influence. If you have wealth and influence, Donald Trump is going to protect you, and that is consistent through everything he has done during the first 9 months of this administration.
So, as I
think about it that way, like I kind of alluded to, I said this earlier, like that's my real view. I don't know if it's something so horrible is coming about Trump, but he's been bribed essentially to protect very rich people that don't want to be found out, and he's trying to make good on that, right? Like, this is why I think on the left and the right, a bunch of rich people are like, hey, you're our guy as long as you cover this up.
But if he is rigging it in the way that you are outlining here, is it your anticipation that he's going to try to remain in the White House after 2028?
Sure. I think he is right now trying to scheme a way to be able to stay. I think you have two potential Supreme Court vacancies coming up, and it may be very important for him to install folks on the Supreme Court who may be willing to entertain radical ideas about the restrictions on the Constitution about a third term. He also may just be interested in installing, right, Donald Trump Jr. or another family member in the White House. Whatever he's planning on doing, he can't get away with it unless he destroys the ability of the people to speak their mind in an election, because he and his party are going to lose in 2026 and 2028 unless he's successful in rigging the election, and we're going to do everything in our power, and we need to order all of our advocacy in the United States Senate and the House to stop him from doing it.
Just going to note, that was very disrespectful to Eric Trump, who you didn't. I'll give you an opportunity to.
No one ever mentions Eric. It's so true. It's like every day, Eric, just nobody cares. Like every day, it's like, ugh, Eric, poor Eric. And every day he like cries. Someone in the chat asked, this is Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut. If I could control who was candidate for president, he would be my guy. But that's where we're getting to. We've now seen 2 clips. I'm getting to the 4th where he's like, I don't think anyone who's a legitimate, candidate should run in 2028 because he's not confident the elections will be fair. And think about, I talked about this yesterday. Dominion voting machines that won the $700+ million verdict against Fox News for spreading unbelievable lies about their efficacy. Efficacy is a big word, MAGA. You're going to have to look it up, but that could be a learning moment. Turns out that was all lies, and a psycho right-wing weirdo has bought Dominion and now has access to all of the proprietary information about Dominion voting machines, the algorithms, and everything. And that's why there's, if you don't know, this huge push to get every state, especially the swing states, to use Smartmatic machines or other machines, because of the fact that now Dominion voting machines has been bought by right-wing fascists, and they have access to all that information. Because that is, like, technically, I mean, just if it makes anyone feel better, states run elections, right? And that's why Trump wasn't successful. Thank you so much for the gifts. That's why he wasn't successful in his first coup attempt, is because the Republicans, I mean, I'm a born and raised Phoenician. No one else is. I'm from Arizona, a swing state. And because the Mormons that were like populating the state legislature at the time, and the speaker of the state legislature in Arizona was a man named Rusty Bowers, a devout Mormon. Like, they're like, actually, I know the difference between a truth and a lie, and no, I'm not going to help you, right? Like, and that there are no guardrails of democracy. Like, if we can somehow not allow Trump to fix these elections and we can take back control of the executive branch, the legislative branch, these, whatever, then we need to understand that the quote unquote social contract Trump has proven means nothing. There's no law that Trump won't break. There are no amount of spineless people that won't fold under a lying weirdo's pressure. So we need to develop a system in which no weirdos can come in again and try to dismantle it. Yeah, Ari, that's what I said. That's why there's a push, and I'm not saying hang out on X. You can Google all this, but there's a push largely on X of people, talking about if you're using Dominion. Not every state uses Dominion voting machines, but if you are, switch contracts and get a voting, like Smartmatic is another one that has, sued Trump for lies. Make sure you use a company that hasn't been taken over by a psychopath who now has access to their... Still an AZ. Am I an AZ? I'm not. Well, it depends on the day, but I mean, I was born there. But yeah, I don't... that's what my point is. Once this sale happened, this happened recently, of Dominion voting machines selling, which I just can't express enough how shady it is. Like, Dominion voting machines, they sued Fox for defamation, for lying about their company and all this stuff, and gave you the impression they cared about right and wrong and justice, and they sold their company to a fascist liar who wanted access to how to manipulate voting machines. So yeah, I think it says a lot about what all rich people care about, which is how much money you can make when you sell your company, right? How much money you can make for suing for defamation. And that's the irony. Only corporations have the money to challenge Trump or challenge Fox News, because you need hundreds of millions of dollars to pay for a lawsuit like that. But in the end, it was all about money with them. I mean, truly, that's what I learned about Dominion voting machines. You were pretending to care about right and wrong, and when you were given the opportunity to sell your proprietary algorithms and information about how you can manipulate voting machines away, you did it for top dollar. So awesome.
I mean, there is a sort of difference of opinion broadly inside the Democratic Party as to how exceptional this moment is and whether you can sort of manage the growing totalitarian state in a way that preserves our democracy, or whether you have to draw lines in the sand, moral lines in the sand. Part of my worry, and this is back to the conversation we were just having, is that if we don't show in the Democratic caucus a willing to engage in risk-tolerant behavior, how do we ask a university or a law firm to do the same thing? Because in the short run, the best decision for Paul Weiss was to cut the deal. And they would say, we have people that rely on us. We have paralegals and bike messengers who will be hurt in a real way if Paul Weiss disintegrates. But we told that law firm, and we told Columbia University, no, the principle, right, of free speech is more important than the immediate pain that will be visited upon your institution or your company. And yet we aren't necessarily living our own advice. We aren't willing to. In
case you're confused about what you're hearing, let me explain it, because this is this is what I'm saying. If I could have someone run for president in 2028, it would be this man. Because he's an excellent communicator. He does not crave the spotlight in ways that are concerning to me. You know what I mean? Like, he's intelligent. He is beholden to the ethics of the bar. And he doesn't seem to want fame in a way that is weirdly gross. Anyways, what he's saying is, Paul and Weiss, right? This is one of the largest law firms that... Another example is Perkins Coie. My brother came from Perkins Coie. These are all the law firms that, not Perkins. Okay, sorry, I should not have said them in the middle. The other one's Skadden and whatever. Paul and Weiss and Skadden, they folded like lawn chairs, right? Trump's like, I'm suing you guys. And what did Trump get? He got like $60 million in free billable hours of lawyering to avoid a lawsuit that they could have won. They folded like lawn chairs. Now, Perkins Coie has held out and is like, absolutely not. Perkins Coie is where Mark Elias came from. Mark Elias is now the guy. That's why Trump hates him, but started challenging Trump while he was still at Perkins Coie with the free lawyering hours they did, and started challenging Trump's lies. Now Mark Elias has branched off and started his own law firm, and Mark Elias law firm handles most of the voting challenges and voting cases and voter suppression cases and gerrymandering cases all across the country. And he's excellent at it. Like, when you're driving Trump, like Mark Elias and the Mark Elias law firm rarely lose, or let's say they have, like a batting percentage. They win over 60% of the time. Maybe that's because the truth is on their side. I don't know. But that's the point. These huge law firms were like, when they sold out to Trump without even fighting, they were just like, oh, like bike messengers and like people won't have jobs if we don't sell out and not fight back against something we clearly are in the right about. And what Chris Murphy is saying is, how can we expect Harvard to fight? How can we expect all these law firms to fight and not fold like lawn chairs when they watch the 50 senators in Congress folding like lawn chairs before the fight even started? And he's saying, like, hey, if we want to encourage people to fight, if we want people chaining themselves to poles and being arrested, then people need to see us fighting. And what happened with those hateful 8 idiot senators folding like lawn chairs, that is the opposite of a fight. If we want others to fight, stop telling us the power lies with people and lead by example. That's what he's saying, and it's a beautiful point.
To take stands that involve pain and hurt for a principle. I think there was also another difference inside the caucus, which is whether this strategy was going to work or not if we continued the shutdown. I just think that after that election, the country had, I think, made a referendum supporting the tough stand that we were making. And I think Trump was...
Don't say referendum. You need to say it like Trump says it. After those Tuesday, November 4th elections, Democrats, and I'm going to point this at the Senate, the folders of lawn chairs, you were mandated. And a real mandate, not Trump lying to the American people and saying he won in a landslide when actually he never won the majority of the votes in the U.S. He won a plurality. Please, MAGA, look up the definition of plurality. We can't keep teaching you how to count. It is so painful that none of you guys can count. But what did Trump do? I have a mandate. Did he? Absolutely not. But he said it. And this, what happened on November 4th, was an actual mandate from the American people, a landslide in places like Mississippi, Georgia, to say, and I talked about, I was doing a mathematical analysis, I think on Wednesday of it, where I was like, you have to understand why this is so valuable, and what the story it tells is because the majority of votes weren't new voters. They were people who voted for Trump in 2020 changing their vote, which is actually worth +2, because when they leave that camp, it's -1. When they vote for our camp, it's +1, which is +2. These are very valuable voters. And what we taught them as a result of their bravery to shift loyalty is, hi, there's a 50 rich white men, and I mean, how many women are there? There's like 7 or 8. You know what I'm saying? But there's a bunch of rich, privileged people who at any moment will fold like lawn chairs. You're risking it all with no money and no future and terrified of how you're going to get your next meal. You're losing everything. Well, the people that are absolutely...
A little bit longer. I mean, there
sane people who can think this much money, when if you go ahead I got another violation. You guys literally sit here and make us. Oh, I had a thought. That's why I can't support the Dems because they just throw money at things. Wrong. If that's your issue, definitely don't go right. Are you? Oh my God. I can't. Why don't men ever just think, hey, I'm about to write an asinine comment on the supercomputer in my hand, and maybe instead of writing my asinine comment I know nothing about, maybe I should look up the facts. Like, no one's innocent, but the least guilty people of throwing money or dark money being funneled places is the left. Like, you clearly have never... Go to opensecret.org. You can do an assessment. All of this, the entire let's deport brown people, is a money grab. My favorite... Christmas for me comes the first week of January, when the Unusual Whales report is released, where I can identify all the insider traders in Congress. They have taken... You remember the TikTok ban where they said it was for all of our own good? Look up how many people took huge positions in Meta and other places to financially benefit from a TikTok ban that would do nothing. You know how you protect Americans? You do what the EU has done and have passed data privacy laws, so our metadata can't be packaged and sold. But I can tell you that was one of the biggest money grabs I've ever seen in insider trading and lobbyists paying people off. And the majority of that, not to say there are moderate Democrats, Jared Moskowitz, who are profiting off of it, but the majority of those people still are on the right. Is it Barron in charge of TikTok? No, I don't, please don't talk. I don't know. This day is so... It's like, you can't... But I should get in the kitchen and marry marry a man and get in the kitchen and stop thinking. But all of you are idiots. Like, what? Like, I cannot anymore. I would love to take a 5. I don't want to have to know everything. I don't want to spend every day doing research and figuring out the truth about anything. But you guys can't figure out what's going on. So whenever you guys figure out what's going on and amass enough wealth to take care of women in a comfortable way without abusing us or shitting on us, we would love to take a 5. We would absolutely love to take a 5. But you guys are incapable of taking care of anything because you have no idea what's going on. Yeah, barefoot too. I would love to be barefoot. I would love to just be like, all I got to do is make... actually, this is a perfect example. Do you know what this is? This is a $200 chef knife. This is 67 layers of Damascus steel. I am the best cook. Something that relaxes me is cooking. I love to cook. That's why I have a very expensive chef knife. 8 inches of 67 layers of Damascus steel with which to cook. I would love to have a man who wasn't an idiot to cook for. Unfortunately, I can't find any. Like, are any of you okay? No. Like, I love how men are just like, I'm a man, so I'm entering this chat to say something, and because I'm a man, it's right. You have no idea what's happening. Ever. Like, please read something. And then I would love, if there's any man who's not an idiot and also is not a misogynist and abuses women, who would like to be cooked for all the time and would like to create a safe space for me for which I can calm down and flourish, I would love that. Please message me. I'm open to that idea. I just can't find any of you. It's like we're in a nightmare. Oh, we are.
Why were you in New Hampshire?
Yeah, I mean, I will say I have been traveling the entire country all year.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, I don't think anybody with ambition right now should be planning on running for president in 2028 because we may not have a free and fair election in 2028. We all have to be in the business of saving our democracy right now. So no, I don't have any plans to run for anything other than the Senate, but I do think we have to, all of us, be traveling the entire country, whether it be an early primary state or not, to build this political resistance movement.
Why were you in New
He should run for president. He'd be a great one. And actually, I think Gavin Newsom, this version of Gavin Newsom, will be a great president too. It's just, I've seen the other Gavin Newsom, which kind of scares me. Like, I'll never forget that podcast he had. That was very confusing how easily he could be that person and then pivot off of it. Like, which I want to say is a PR decision, but I also would never. I'm a chef. My main knife, was $425. Yes, if I could afford, trust me, I did. I am really weird, and I've done hours that turned into days of research on chef knives. If I could afford one that expensive. And actually, someone bought that for me. I did not buy it because I can't afford this one, like, at all. But I can't even imagine what a $425 chef knife would do. I'm probably going to cut my own hand off, and then I won't be able to do lives because I'll have one hand. Like, that's probably where we're moving with this. This is probably actually a terrible idea. This is like right before that, I'm going to be like, next live will be in an emergency room. Hopefully not. And oh my God, do I have the energy or should I just do it tomorrow? Okay. I'm just trying to think. Actually, yeah, I want to get into, Trump surrounding, creating a cabinet and environment of people who have been absolutely, unbelievably, credibly accused of SA, of minors and of adult women. Like, that seems to be one of the prerequisites of Trump. I played this video like when Trump first started naming his cabinet. I was like, what have all these people been credibly accused of SA? And now I get it. It's because it makes Trump feel at home. He's like, my people that violate women's boundaries and lie about it. Love it.
Many of Trump's cabinet picks have been accused of sex crimes. Up first, we have Matt Gaetz, who Trump appointed to Attorney General. Matt allegedly paid to have sex with a minor, who he was allegedly introduced to by his friend Joel Greenberg, who has since pled guilty for S trafficking. Up next, appointed to be Secretary of Defense. Allegedly, Pete SA'd a woman in 2017 after a Republican women's event. He then paid this woman for a confidential agreement because he was worried that she would sue him and that would cause him to lose his job. Bonus points to Pete because he's also an adulterer who cheated on his wife. Up next, we have RFK Jr.
Not fair when you say that. Okay, Pete Hegseth has not only just cheated on his wife, I mean, he's a prolific cheater. At the time when he was credibly accused of rape, and by the way, very credibly, he was at a women's Republican conference. The reason this never came out is because this woman was working for the Republican Party. Her husband and her children were staying in the hotel room waiting for her to come back while Pete Hegseth was raping her. The reason she was isolated with him was because he was trying to get handsy and molest her other women at the conference, and they texted her and they're like, this creepy guy won't leave us alone, please come to the bar and save us. So she went down there to run interference and then ended up literally getting victimized. That's what happened. Like, it's delusional to tell these stories and to say he's just kind of a philanderer. Like, just to be clear, whilst he was doing what I just described to you, he was married to his first wife and had his current Fox News producer pregnant with his child. His current wife is the Fox News producer that he impregnated while he was being credibly accused of rape and married to the first woman. So, I mean, just to call him a philanderer seems a little we're not credibly describing how awful this man is. Also, he has zero qualifications, less than zero, to be in charge of the Department of Defense, and has proved that at every turn. But DEI bad. At least with DEI, we had a 5-star general doing his job credibly.
who Trump elected to be the head of public health. Eliza Cooney accused RFK Jr. of groping her and making unwanted sexual advances on her when she was the family babysitter in the late 1990s. When asked about this on a podcast, RFK said he's not a church boy and he has skeletons in his closet. When asked if any other SA allegations will come out against him, he said, "We'll see what happens." Very reassuring. Bonus points to RFK Jr., who was also an adulterer who cheated on his wife.
That's not also fair enough. By the way, the woman who credibly accused him of SA was working as like a intern at the environmental law firm he was like had his name on. He apologized to her. He admitted to her, like, you can go into this more. And by the way, he's done this to multiple other people who have accused him of it. And most importantly, when we say he's a philanderer, his first wife unalived herself and specifically said in her diary the reason was she literally unalived herself in a horrific way. And if you don't know that, look it up. And literally stated the reason was because of the never-ending stream of people that he was cheating on her with. Just saying.
At least we have Elon.
Do
Many of Trump's the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, along with Vivek Ramaswamy, 2 people to do the job of 1. How efficient? Elon Musk is being sued by 8 former SpaceX employees who claim they were fired for speaking out against Elon's hostile work environment. Allegedly, Elon Musk makes lewd sexual comments in the workplace. Allegedly, Elon Musk has had several sexual relationships with women employees at SpaceX. SpaceX, Elon's company, paid a flight attendant $250,000 after she accused Elon of exposing himself to her and offering to buy her a horse in exchange for a sexual massage. Bonus points for Elon, who's also an adulterer. None of this should surprise anyone, considering Trump himself has been convicted of SA, has 28 SA allegations against him, has bragged about SAing women and walking into the dressing rooms of Miss USA while they were changing. Trump is also an adulterer who has cheated on his wife. You are the company you keep. So much for the party of family values, the moral majority, the party of law and order. More like the party of rules for thee, not for me. Many of Trump's cabinet picks have been accused of...
Love that. And her name is... R.I.P. Jim Leahy. What? That's a weird name. I don't know who that is, so don't ask me. 801. That's like the... If anyone wants to know, screenshot it now, because I can't. It's hard for me to make it bigger. R.I.P. Jim Leahy 801. So, in case, because I like, she seems nice. I had that clip for a long time. And I want to just show you what came out about Matt Gaetz, which is in no way surprising to me. And if I just know, like, when MAGA says, or Matt Gaetz says, hey, I was investigated by the DOJ and they never brought charges, that is seeming to be a thing. Like, when senators and Congress and representatives in the House commit crimes, they almost brush them under the rug. But moreover, the only reason Matt Gaetz has ever been in the House is because his father is a very, very, very wealthy man in Florida who throws his weight around. And yeah, like, I believe they thought about investigating you and daddy saved you. I believe that.
Reporting horrific new details have emerged from a young woman who was allegedly exploited by former Congressman Matt Gaetz, who you may recall was Donald Trump's first choice before Pam Bondi to serve as Attorney General. For the first time, the New York Times has obtained a direct account from the woman who testified under oath that she, at the age of 17, had sex with Matt Gaetz for money. Last month, in response to a request,
I want to clarify, that is illegal. That is child trafficking, especially if you cross federal lines, but it is illegal in Florida, where he's from. Absolutely. Just to clarify for men that are like, well, she looked like she was older, so I guess I could grape her. I know Megyn Kelly told you that yesterday, but you can't.
From the McClatchy newspaper chain, a federal judge in Florida unsealed court documents from a related civil case that shed some light on her story. The documents included a description of the girl that said that at the time she met Gaetz, she was, quote, a then homeless 17-year-old high schooler. In response to that disclosure, the New York Times reached out to the girl's lawyer, Laura Wolf, who agreed to confirm some basic biographical information about her client, providing details for the first time of how the girl's circumstances led to her encounters with Matt Gaetz. Wolf said her client believed the public should have a fuller understanding of how she had been victimized. According to the lawyer, her path to meeting the then sitting congressman began when she was a high school junior in Florida. She was working at McDonald's and she was living in and out of a homeless shelter, hoping to save up to buy braces to fix her teeth. She falsely advertised herself in 2017 as 18 years old on a website that
came out yesterday. If you are not watching, in case anyone thinks I'm bringing up stuff from the past, this is a New York Times exclusive from, actually, no, today. I just want you to know, this is, so, and there is but if you want to go back to when I first knew about that, yeah, he raped and trafficked a homeless child who asked for braces. Yeah, so, and again, I can get in, I screenshotted all of it, and I might need to calm down and we can go over it tomorrow or Monday, but remember the whole fight in December 2024 about the Matt Gaetz ethics report? Matt Gaetz left Congress because this report was going to be made public and he was going to be thrown out. And then anyways, one of the only moves that I ever respected is some Democrats were like, no, we should still release the report. Read the ethics report. And that's what I said at the beginning of the live when no one was in here, so you couldn't have possibly heard it, is that got braces because she was being bullied about her teeth, that maybe she, would have more upward mobility in life. And he trafficked and raped her. And I didn't, that stuff I just said, it's not included in the ethics report. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, the ethics report, reading it is horrific, but when you hear the actual victim say, here's why this happened to me, and it's actually worse than that. I'm only saying that because I don't know if I have it in me to tell you. Hold on, let me show you guys something. This is the expose that came out. If you want to look it up, it's a New York Times article. In Matt Gaetz scandal, circumstances left teen vulnerable to exploitation. A 17-year-old with a homeless parent wanted money for braces and ended up having sex for money with powerful men. She wants the public to have a fuller understanding of how she was victimized. And I just want you to know, because I'm the one that has to sit on the internet with MAGA men who can't read or do math. At every turn, every time I was on a live debating, every MAGA man said she was a liar and none of it was true and Matt Gaetz was innocent. And that just tells me you can't read, because the ethics report, it's again crimes over the wires. It's the money. They have tables of the victims, how they were paid out. These are all crimes over the wires. That's how but my point is, MAGA's job in life is to excuse the trafficking that goes on within their party. And let me help you. Here's the difference. If we find out that someone on the left, I can't wait. Can we release the Epstein files? Because I have a feeling about Bill Clinton. I can't wait to shame him while he's still alive. If we find out that someone is hurting kids, or women, we're not like, that woman's lying. She just wanted to get raped by a rich guy, and this guy wasn't rich, just his daddy was, but whatever, that she wanted it. She was just 17-year-old living in a homeless shelter, working at McDonald's, who wanted braces. She wanted it. That's MAGA. That's who they are. That's who Matt Gaetz won. There's an entire table. If MAGA, you could read or find any real information, there's an entire table of victims and the money they've been paid and how, and you can find that out if you weren't an idiot. But again, you don't want to find it out. You just want to shit on children who Republicans assaulted. Congratulations, this one was homeless You guys are awesome. It never gets old listening to MAGA be disgusting. She was 17 and a high school junior. I was 16 when I was a high school junior. She was working at McDonald's and she was living in and out of a homeless shelter. Let's tap the screen while I read this. Hoping to save up to buy braces to fix her teeth. She falsely advertised herself in 2017 as 18 years old. I think if you're wondering where, I think it was Seeking Arrangements. And I'm going to get into this because I'm going to let all MAGA men know that when they showed up day after day saying that Matt Gaetz wasn't disgusting, I had so many other things in December 2024 because Trump had just been elected and I was trying to focus on other things and prevent a crisis. But I do think it's time because I could recite the Matt Gaetz ethics report by heart. And everyone should know what Matt Gaetz was doing because it's disgusting. And the person who did it for him, most of the actual trafficking, and who's actively said, yeah, and there are crimes over the wires that prove this. His name's Joel Greenberg. He's in jail for like over a decade. And you're like, Matt Gaetz is just a rich guy that some homeless girl wanted some braces. She was asking for it. Yeah, keep it up. You guys are idiots and empathy less. What followed would set off a chain of events that would have a dramatic effect on her life and help upend the political career of one of the men she would encounter, Representative Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz was, okay, hold on. I just want to get to the part where she tells the story. A bipartisan there's an ethics report investigation, and this article has a link to the PDF if you're interested. I'm just trying to get to where she... Oh, here we go. Last month, in response to a request from the McClatchy newspaper chain, a federal judge in Florida unsealed the court documents. So that's why we now can see this stuff from a related civil case, which I've been following. I know about this civil case, and Matt Gaetz is like, it's just some women who are trying to take money from me. I'm innocent. Yeah, a child who was homeless that you trafficked, who wanted some braces. Yeah, now MAGA, you guys are disgusting. The documents included a description of the girl that said that at the time she met Mr. Gaetz, she was a then homeless 17-year-old high schooler. In response to that disclosure, the New York Times reached out to the girl's lawyer, whose name is Laura B. Wolf, who agreed to confirm some basic biographical information about her client, providing details for the first time of how the girl's circumstances led her encounters with Mr. Gaetz. Ms. Wolf said her client believed the public should have a fuller understanding of how she had been victimized. Sorry, I'm having a tough time I can't stand this stuff. The vulnerable circumstances most crime victims face are rarely known to the public, Ms. Wolf said. Although my client's circumstances were revealed outside of her control, I hope it helps for the public to see a fuller and more human picture of her than the press had reported on today. The press crucified her as a money-grubbing WHORE/SLUT. That's what you did. A child that was trafficked who was homeless by Matt Gaetz. That's what you did, MAGA. I've seen it time and time again. I'm not surprised. Experts in sex trafficking said that the matter involving the girl demonstrated how there's a spectrum of ways girls and women are exploited. Oh, you mean women who are tiny children who are in places like foster care or homeless shelters are typically trafficked and are more vulnerable? That's the story for most of them, weirdos. What do you convince yourself? They're super rich girls who have everything and have a trust fund, and then they want to traffic themselves for you? Are any of you okay? Nobody wants to have sex with any of you. It's a literal point of absolute desperation that any woman or child lets you touch them. Period. I love how they're all like, I can't believe this. I thought she was rich and had a trust fund and she wanted, and this child wanted to be trafficked. This is shocking. In some cases, the women or girls are physically trapped. That's interesting. And unable to escape men who are taking advantage of them. In other cases, the girls or women find themselves at the whims of more powerful men after turning to trafficking out of economic need. That's called exploitation. But they all wanted it, right, MAGA? They all wanted it, and now they just want to be famous? Is that what it is? When a 17-year-old homeless child was trafficked, she wanted it? Please tell me more about that. You guys are disgusting. And I'm saying that because I had to sit on lives while MAGA men requested to tell me that this girl wanted it. When I did lives about the ethics report, that's what you all said. So you can... All my live replays are available on YouTube. You can go find this and remind yourselves about how you felt. The girl would emerge as the chief witness against Mr. Gates in the Justice Department's trafficking investigation. The investigation ended with the department declining to bring charges. Among the reasons prosecutors did not move forward was their concern about whether she would be seen as credible. So again, I guess, no, as we've seen from MAGA men, no one believes children or women, because that's what I see now with the Epstein survivors. These survivors were children also, and you're like, no, she just wants to get famous or get some money. Yeah, that's why. I hope, and believe me, one of my passions, or something I'm passionate about, is that also men are essayed, and I mean boys who are children, and there is no safe place for men to even talk about that, because this is the reaction of men. You should feel lucky or whatever, you got laid. You have no idea what it's like to have your autonomy taken from you and to be victimized. Period. And if you do, and you've decided to take the abuser out, because that's really the truth. These are cycles of abuse. A lot of people who were victimized, and I'm talking statistics now, mathematics, not my feelings. The men who are victimized often are like, become victimizers to take back their power. And the fact you could experience what it feels like to be that powerless and to have something like that taken from you and then go on to be like, yeah, the best route for me is to just do this to others, or to shit on others when they find the bravery to talk about it, is absolutely unforgivable. Okay, wait, hold on. Among the reason, I already read all this. Let me move on. Here we go. In response to questions about the girl, Mr. Gates said in a text message on Thursday, I never had sex with this person. Quote, this person threatened me with a lawsuit if I didn't pay her $2.3 million. I've read the legal documents in the civil case. Why is that not in there? What? Yeah, what? She never sued me because her story is fiction. No, there is a civil case. I have no idea. I need to look more into this. There is a civil case related to this. According to her lawyer, the girl's path to meeting Gates began during her junior year in high school. In December 2016, she turned 17. Her parents were divorced. One of them was so poor that the parent was living in and out of a homeless shelter. When the girl and her siblings were staying with that parent, they lived with the parent in the shelter. To make extra money, the girl worked at McDonald's. But she began looking for other ways to make money and turned to a website that advertised itself as sugar dating. Right? I'm pretty sure I've read about this, and it's Seeking Arrangements. Website that primarily let me say something. No shit. I just want to be clear. If you're an adult, autonomous woman who's like, I don't want to date a poor guy, and I'd like to feel safe financially, I actually don't think that's a bad thing. If you have to put up with a man, and you'd rather put up with someone who had money, I could see that. Like, no shame in that. Like, whatever. I don't even think that's bad. But what bothers me about Seeking Arrangements is when it's this situation of people who are being exploited by people in power. And this has not like, hey, I'm looking to be in a relationship with someone who has money, it's like, hey, I'm trafficking you. And I can give you a million examples because I know it's seeking arrangements because I literally have the Matt Gaetz ethics reports and the witness statements committed to heart. And it is heartbreaking. This was a person seeking like prostitution and pimping people out. And I'm not saying like for a lot of money. I'm talking about $400. Like, it is disgusting what Joel Greenberg and Matt Gaetz were doing. In my opinion, allegedly, but also written in the ethics report that anyone can read and is in this presentation, and it's all those parts are highlighted. So, whatever. Learn to read, MAGA. Through the website, in April of her junior year, she met Joel Greenberg, and this is the guy that ran cover. Matt Gaetz never technically had his own site. Joel Greenberg had the Seeking Arrangements page, and hold on. Because I know MAGA's like, see, Matt Gaetz is innocent. That's just because you can't read. So let me just show you the page. Oh, here we go. Look at my highlighting. I apologize. I know there's sane ways to highlight things, but I was very mad. This is the table of all the women that Matt Gaetz directly paid from that site that he interacted with. That's a lot of money. Some of those are a lot of money. So, woman 10, $400. Right. These are the women that came from this site. It's only 29 pages, MAGA. You could finally read something. It's a short book. 29 pages, and you could figure out that Matt Gaetz is a child trafficker. It's not that hard. You could do it. This could be the thing you finally read. Get excited. This could be your weekend read. It's all itemized out here. That's how I know about it, because I have the gift of reading. Oh, yeah, this is so messed up. But I'm trying to think. That's not actually what I was looking for, but sorry. I don't have the pages memorized. Here we go. Here's a good example. Representative Gaetz's interactions with women he met through Mr. Greenberg from that Seeking Arrangement site. From 2017 to 2020, Representative Gaetz made tens of thousands of dollars in payments on a public Venmo site, too. It's not like they had to find his bank records. His Venmo history was public, and they screenshotted it. So make your Venmo private if it's not, is the lesson. Payments were made to these women using peer-to-peer payment platforms such as PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. While Representative Gaetz had accounts in his name on each of those platforms, he also sometimes paid women through another person's PayPal account or through an account held under pseudonyms. Pseudonymous is a word. Oh, I love the adjective form of pseudonym. Pseudonymous email accounts. Representative Gaetz also paid. Yeah, we got that. We know. Also paid. The committee did not receive any evidence that Gaetz had his own account on seekingarrangements.com. Mr. Greenberg indicated Mr. Greenberg, Joel Greenberg, the man who got decades in prison for actually just facilitating another man trafficking people. Mr. Greenberg testified. Mr. Greenberg indicated he frequently showed the site to Representative Gaetz and that he provided his login credentials to Representative Gaetz. According to Mr. Greenberg, he and Representative Gaetz would split the costs of illicit substances, which that's the heartbreaking part of this child that this happened to. She said, I'm not going to, whatever, I can't talk about that. I'm going to start crying. For example, the committee reviewed evidence that such activity occurred in July 2017. Specifically, evidence shown that Representative Gaetz, Mr. Greenberg, and others gathered at a rental property located in the Brickell neighborhood of Miami, Florida, for a weekend beginning on July 7, 2017. Representative Gaetz and Mr. Greenberg also spent time in Fort Lauderdale during the Miami stay, during which time Representative Gaetz withdrew at least $1,200 in cash from 3 different accounts at a single ATM, one after the other. They have screenshots of this. On June 22, 2017, Representative Gaetz paid $6,308 for that rental booking. That's what I do when I'm not trafficking people. I pay for the cost of the rental property where people are being trafficked. During which time, Representative Gates withdrew at least... Oh, wait, I read that. On July 9, 2017, Mr. Greenberg paid Representative Gates $1,600 by check. Mr. Greenberg stated the check was reimbursement for a share of the rental. Mr. Greenberg also noted that they met up with another individual for dinner that weekend, and he shared a photo of Representative Gates himself and the other individual on social media on July 8th, 2017. The committee received evidence confirming that Mr. Gates at times personally made payments to women who attended parties with him. That's prostitution. And Mr. Greenberg using various peer-to-peer electronic payment services as well as checks in cash. The committee's record also indicates that Mr. Greenberg sometimes paid women for having sex with Representative Gates and was sometimes reimbursed by Representative Gates. Witnesses indicated that there were times where a lump sum would be sent to one woman who would then distribute the money evenly among others who attended the parties. Okay, let me just show you one. There's screenshot. I just want to show you guys something. Because, I mean, and I'll go more into this because I will never let any of this go because it's so disgusting. But let me just show you something that's super disgusting. Because all of this has been available since December. MAGA can't read. Here, these are screenshots of Matt Gaetz sending a picture. Okay, so what's happening here is Joel Greenberg is talking to a seeking arrangements person and setting up that him and Matt Gaetz are going to pay them for whatever and this is a photo. Messages between Joel Greenberg and 20-year-old female. If you have a friend that is down, perhaps all of four of us can meet up later. Do you party at all? Oh, that's perfect. I have a friend who introduced me to the website that I could bring. She's very pretty, great personality. I usually do $400 per meet. Does your friend use the website as well? And yes, I do like to go out sometimes. Joel responds, very cool. Yes, he understands the deal, meaning Gates. What does your friend look like? 400 is not a problem. And you're both old enough to drink? She wasn't. So what do you have in mind for tonight? Here comes the picture. Joel Greenberg sends, does that look like anyone anybody has ever seen before in their lives? This is the picture he sent when the woman's like, my friend wants to see what he looks like. And he types, my friend, underneath. I think we can all clarify who that is. Ooh, my friend thinks he's really cute. Well, he's down here only for the day. We work hard and play hard. Have you ever tried Molly? And I will never forget when this ethics report came out. And I didn't read it like I'm doing now because it's like, back then I never thought MAGA read, but I was like, they must be able to understand that something horrible is going on here. Nope. They're like, why are all these women who just want to be famous making up lies? Like, you guys are idiots. And I think due to my mood, because it's harder. It's like I have to read all this stuff once and then I got to go through it again. And it's like hard. Oh, hold on. Sue, we appreciate the work you would do. Don't forget to hydrate. I love you more than anything, Sue. Thank you so much. Listen, well, let me read one more thing. The committee received evidence indicating that the 20-year-old woman in the above messages joined Mr. Greenberg and Representative Gates at a hotel in Florida less than 2 weeks after the first time they paid her for her initial encounter with Representative Gates. The committee's record indicates that hotel without disclosing to her that others would be present. The other woman, who was 21 years old, had recently asked the congressman for help with tuition. Very cool. She recalled that Representative Gates agreed and told her to meet him in that hotel room, where he would provide her with a check for her college tuition. Do you guys think he ever paid? According to the woman, quote, was interesting because he had normally sent Venmo payments, end quote. When she arrived to pick up the check, she found Mr. Greenberg and the 20-year-old woman present from the text I just read. The 21-year-old woman told the committee there was, quote, an expectation of a sexual encounter. The four of them had sex, and afterwards, Representative Gates gave her a $750 check. This is the asshole that voted against tuition reimbursement and thinks $750 is going to pay for anyone's university tuition. Like, the insult. So that's why you get paid in advance. The 20-year-old told the committee there was an expectation of a sexual encounter. The four of them had sex, and afterwards, Representative Gates gave her a $750 check made out to cash with tuition reimbursement in the memo line. God, he's such a slimy creep. Which she deposited the next day to help pay her tuition, which helped not at all. The 21-year-old told the committee she believed that the encounter, quote, could potentially be a form of coercion. Sorry, hold on. Because Gates may have paid women for sex and drugs, although the committee could not determine the specific dates and locations of all of them. To the extent Representative Gates paid money to women in connection with those trips, at least some transactions are reflected in the chart. I just kind of showed you. I can walk you guys through it. One of the women that Mr. Greenberg met on seeking arrangement and introduced to Representative Gates in around March 17 became Gates's girlfriend. I remember when he tried to make that allegation. He's like, it's my girlfriend. The relationship was not exclusive, and the committee received evidence that Representative Gates' then girlfriend sometimes participated with him in the sex encounters with other women who were active on the website or otherwise involved in sex for money arrangements. The committee also obtained text messages where she appeared to act as an intermediary between Representative Gates and the women he paid for sex. Okay, Ghislaine. Number 2, nice to meet you. She herself was paid tens of thousands of dollars by Representative Gates over the course of their 2-year relationship. She stated, quote, Matt always paid for anything for me. However, she invoked her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination in response to several questions, including what the purpose of specific payments was, whether Representative Gates ever paid her money for sex, and whether she was aware of Representative Gates paying others for sex. She also invoked her Fifth Amendment privilege when asked to explain an increase in payments from Gates in 2019, whether any payments from Representative Gates were related to illicit substances, and whether payments she received from Mr. Greenberg were related to Representative Gates. That's what I do when I'm 100% innocent. I invoke the Fifth. The committee obtained messages between Mr. Greenberg and a 20-year-old woman he met through seeking arrangements who noted, I usually do $400 per meet. As shown in the following exchange, Mr. Greenberg and the woman made plans to each bring a friend to their meet. That's the one I showed you guys. But hold on, I want to just go over, I'll show you guys one more thing because I know way too much about this. Oh yeah, that's the gross part too. Wait. I'll find it tomorrow. There's a whole section on related to this woman that just came out, and by woman I mean child. Like there's a specific section that's related. Like, oh, here we go. Representative Gates' interactions with the minor he met through Mr. Greenberg. That's the child who now is being referenced in the New York Times article. Numerous witnesses, told the committee that on July 15, 2017, Representative Gates attended a party at Mr. Dorwith's home. The party was also attended by Mr. Greenberg, Representative Gates' then girlfriend, Ghislaine number 2, and several others, including Victim A, that's the child in the New York Times article that came out today, who was 17 years old at the time. The record overwhelmingly suggests that Representative Gates had sex with multiple women at the party, including the then 17-year-old for which they were paid. Mr. Dorworth, the owner of the home, testified that Representative Gates was a frequent guest at his home to enter the community where Mr. Dorth lives. That's how they know who was there, because it was a gated community, so they have video and records from the guardhouse. Are required to present a driver's license before entering, and entry records are maintained. Mr. Dorworth believed that Representative Gates invited people to his home on the evening of July 15, 2017. Likewise, Representative Gates' then-girlfriend provided an affidavit in the civil litigation stating that she and Representative Gates attended the July 15, 2017 party. The committee received testimony that Victim A and Representative Gates had SEX twice during the party, including at least once in the presence of other party attendees. Victim A recalled receiving $400 in cash from Representative Gates that evening, which she understood to be payment for SEX. At the time, she had just completed her junior year of high school. Victim A said she did not inform Representative Gates that she was under 18 at the time. Yeah, like, we got people needing tuition money and we got people needing braces, and he gives them $400. Why are men so grossly cheap and disgusting? Appeared to be under... So, again, wait, hold on. I want to read this correctly. Representative Gates said she was under... Victim A said she did not inform Representative Gates that she was under 18 at the time, nor appeared to be under the influence of illicit substances, and that they took ecstasy during this trip. One woman said, because that's how this all came out, before I ever read this report or I had seen that New York Times article, the woman, there was somebody there who publicly watched him have SEX with an underage girl. That's how this... So one woman said she witnessed Representative Gates taking ecstasy as well. Most, if not all, of the women involved had some history of sexual interactions with Representative Gates for which they had been paid. While there are no specific payments to the women in connection with the Bahamas trip, according to one woman, quote, the trip itself was the payment. The group returned to Orlando on September 16, 2018. Representative Gates flew on a private plane with another man and 3 women, while the remaining individuals flew on another private plane. This gets worse and worse. But anyways, I'm just trying to let everyone know that this is just another man that MAGA men go to the mat for, who also trafficked children and covered it up. Keep covering up for these people. It goes so well. And keep showing me you can't read. Anyways, I'm going to end the live now because I feel like I've traumatized myself with this information. But I do have much more to show. So I think maybe I'll do a live tomorrow before Monday so we can go over the rest of this. Join the Discord. I love you all so much. Thank you for listening to me scream and rant about how adult males who are elected to government should in fact not be trafficking children and or covering up for the trafficking of children, and if they do and are, they need to be removed from office and prosecuted immediately. And being able to say, hey, like, I leveraged, blackmailed, or paid my way out of being held accountable for something that can be tracked. And I wish people could just believe children when they're like, this guy did this to me. But all of this is backed up by the payments and other mean crimes over the wires. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dolphin, for all your help today. Thank you, all the mods. Thank you to Melissa for being willing to become a mod. Love you all. I'm serious about possibly going live tomorrow because I have so many things to still go over about this. But I love you all, and I will be hydrating and getting a good night's sleep.